Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. How we doing?
You want to?
Woo! So this year, we're going to start our founders panel off a little bit different. So we're gonna dive deep into your guys' minds and thought processes to give our agents an understanding of how 3 specific things happen. So we're going to start with you, Janice.
Okay.
We're going to start with, I remember almost 2 years ago, I got a call from Mike Blake. He asked me if I wanted to be an area leader. Then I think it had to have been probably one of my most nerve-wracking interviews ever, because it was with you.
Oh, with me, okay.
Right, so now I'm talking to one of the owners of our company, and I realized after that interview, you were creating something extremely special.
We were.
So what was your vision behind the Area Leader Program?
Well, our vision behind the Area Leader Program was really just to protect and empower our agents, because we wanted to make sure they had every tool necessary. One of the most important tools is having a buddy, someone that understands what you're going through, has already went that way, and they can give you the directions. Kind of like when we got to this hotel. I was like, who's been here before? Which way do I go? I'm like, almost wanting to pay a staff member, just walk me through, because it's my first time here. And it's the same thing as when you're an area leader. You have these brand new baby agents, and even agents that have been doing this for a while. And, it's just scary. You come from a different life. Maybe you were in corporate, maybe you're a nurse, you were doing something different, and then you decided to take that leap and open your own business, and it can be terrifying. But if you have an area leader by your side that can support you and evaluate your needs and present solutions, which we should all know how to do as salespeople, it just makes it so much easier. And then thinking above and beyond, it's not just for those brand new area leaders, it's for those business men and women who have been doing this for a long time, and maybe you get into a rut. And maybe there's something that's just not working, you're not sure why. And that could be for the most successful agent or the agent that's in that middle range. But just having someone on the outside that can see what's going on and give you those pointers and give you those tips, or even just being a buddy and be like, yeah, it's kind of hard, but we can do this together. Those relationships mean so much. So that was the reason behind the Area Leader Program.
So through its evolution, because we've had many changes, many upgrades, where do you see it going from here with the leadership team that has now been formed?
Absolutely. So I see a whole new generation of leaders who have seen the beginning of the Area Leader Program and are getting inspired and thinking, you know what, I can do that as well. So I'm just seeing more and more leaders stand up and decide to take that position and not being so daunted by it. Because in the very beginning, it was those people who really had a lot of experience. Maybe they were coaches in the past. They hadn't thought, they had always felt comfortable in that position. But now we're seeing this new generation that's like, I'm really good at real estate. I do love to teach. Maybe that's something to get involved in. So I just see a revolution of new leaders just raising up, and it's just expanding more and more. In my heart, everyone's here should be a leader at one point, because you're going to have 2, 3 people that you recruit, 4, 5, 6 people. So everyone that's in this room at some point could be an area leader.
Absolutely. That's amazing. That is amazing. Now we're going to move to Chris. So yesterday, you dropped a bombshell on us. All 50 states open, right?
Woo!
Thank you. So we always see on social media posts of, okay, this state's open. All right, cool. This state's open. All right, cool. What goes into, because we just see it, boom, state's open. What do you put into making that happen?
How long you got?
you got 5 minutes.
Oh, perfect. I can do it. Wrap it up. It's really intricate. If you're ever interested in opening your brokerage, there's no guidebook to tell you how to do it. There's no user manual. You literally just figure it out. When we first started, we just pulled our heads together and we leaned on each other. But as our company grew and as we went into, I said yesterday about the expansion in Nevada, that was my very first one really doing it by myself, and it was so complicated. And it's not easy. But it's one of those things when you do it the first time and you fail at it that entire time, the next time's better because you're prepared. So what goes into it? Secretary of State, DBAs, because we know that we're Epique Inc. We have to, be Epique Realty. We're doing business as. Then there's finding the broker. That can sometimes be the most daunting because we're not just looking for someone to be a placeholder. We're looking for a leader.
Yeah.
And not just any leader. There's plenty of people in real estate. Some people have 40, 50 years of experience that are not good leaders. We're trying to find people who capture our vision early on before if you can't capture what we're trying to build here, it's not going to resonate and your state will never grow. And then you'll be looking at us and trying to figure it out. That's why we have multiple interviews. And it'll go in a chain. In my department particularly, we do a chain of 3 to 4 interviews because we know that the first person we're going to meet is your representative. The second person we're going to meet is maybe the person that you want me to see. And then the third person is the person so exhausted, maybe they had a long day, and this is their third interview, and they're hoping for it. They're showing up. So that's the first thing. They're showing up, letting me know they're interested. The second part is I'm going to see who they are, and they're going to tell me everything that I need to hear. So I'm the third interview.
Yeah.
But there is a lot more to this that I'm not including, just because I don't want to keep you guys here all day.
Vendor setup.
Yeah, vendors and
Real estate commission,
Yeah.
associations,
A lot
MLS.
of legalities. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
bureaucracy of it all too. But it is really rewarding. There is Brandy and Excel. When we open up a state like we just did, all those states, there are so many tireless conversations and late night text messages. I can tell you guys when Hawaii was going through, Excel texted me at I think it was like 11 o'clock at night, and we made it a rule in our group not to overextend each other because we need each other to balance. I can't do it by myself. I have to have them. They don't need me. They can do this. I'm there to support them. I remember she texted me and she goes, "Chris, Hawaii just opened," and I almost fell out of my chair because it had been weeks of drama. You remember?
Yeah, they wouldn't accept, that's another thing. Sometimes they won't accept our name. So in some places they're like, you can't be, so Hawaii was like, you can't be Epique Realty because we already have an Epique, EPIC. So we had to convince them that they were saying it wrong. We're like, no, it's Epique. It's a French word. And once we told them that, we went back and forth.
24 hours.
Once we told them that, they're like, oh, that makes sense. And then there was another state where they said, you can't be Epique because we have Peak Realty. And we're like, no, we're Epic. So that's another
Creative
like,
solutions,
and
that's what that
these
is.
little
Creative
things
solution.
happen with not just the secretaries of state, but also at these different boards, and and some of these boards are crazy. I mean, they're like, oh, well, you have to have 3 people sign up if you want to open up as a brokerage, or you have to prepay a year for every 8. I mean, some of them are really wonky. I mean, because they're all privately owned, so it gets pretty hairy in that. So Chris is good at details. I'm not good at details because I would just call him and be like, what the hell's going on?
Right.
I got my checkbook open. What do you need? Like, let's just get this done.
It's never been so hard to get someone to take our money.
I know. I'm like, man, it's worth trying.
Here's a
to
check,
give you-
blank. Tell me what to write on.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's the exciting part about it, right? Being able to kind of get into your mind of what has to go through, for us to be able to open one of those new states.
And they're all different. What he didn't say about Nevada when he was talking about it yesterday, and I was like, I wish he would have, is that Nevada, who here is from Nevada? What is wrong with your state? Please write a letter. Do you know that when we first went up to Nevada, Chris comes in and he goes, we need to get a fax machine. And I said,
I remember
what?
that.
He goes, we need to get a fax machine. We have to fax stuff in order to sign up as a brokerage.
I remember that.
And I was like, and so I was like, let me teach you about e-fax. But they
What's
also
a fax
require
machine?
wet signatures. Wet signatures. And I'm like, hold on, fax machines and wet signatures? What is going on in Nevada? So, but every state is a little wonky like that. They're like, they have different kind of weird old laws. And, yeah.
Hoops you have to jump through.
Hoops, yeah, for sure.
Some of them only want a check. Who has a check anymore?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like,
only
I have a
a
debit
check.
card. Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to have to
Checks,
bring that in
okay.
and actually tap it. Oh, y'all have tap?
And then some of them, you know, like we were opening up, they're like, your broker has to come in for a training in order for you to open. And it's like, well, in this one city, it's like our broker lives on the other side of the state. So we'd have to fly in the broker who's just started. Like, by the way, we're going to need you to fly hundreds of miles and spend the night in this weirdo town to take a class about an MLS you'll never use.
They got
or to
one
take a
street
class.
light.
Yeah, and, you know, it's just, and so then people are like, why isn't this open? I'm like,
Sometimes you'll hear about it. We'll also say like, hey, look, that association, we're never going to open it. I won't say it here, but there's one that I can think of.
Amarillo, Texas,
Amarillo,
never
Texas.
happening.
I'm sorry. No for Amarillo.
If you're recruiting in Amarillo, stop. We don't want it.
Sorry.
Well, okay, but look at it like this now, right?
Sorry,
All
not
50
sorry.
are open,
Not sorry.
right? All
Not,
50
not
are
sorry,
open.
not
Not
sorry.
sorry.
No.
Real quick, now that all 50 are open, what does it take to keep them open?
Okay, quickly. Structure. It has to be structured right, and all of the states have to have a broker. So most of the time, you can't just like our brokers. We build a really good rapport, and I hope our brokers are here. Our state brokers are here, and I hope that when they think about us, they know that we're like actually like I talk to them. Katie talks to them. We have a whole broker support team that's dedicated to them because we don't want them to be left on an island. Because if they leave, they can cripple our entire business. Don't tell them that, but no, we know that the broker is the most important person in the state. They are in charge of making people happy, keeping the culture, and most importantly, keeping us in business.
Yeah. We can't do anything without our brokers. I can't do anything. I tried to call the Houston Association of Realtors. They wouldn't even talk to me. They said, where's Laquita? And I was like, Laquita is not available.
Well, now
She's
you
out
can
for
put them on
something."
phone with the AI.
And I was like, what do I got to do? What happens
AI
if you
Laquita.
never hear from Laquita? And they're like, well, then the owner will have to reach out to us. I'm like, I'm here. What do you need? And they're like, well, you need a broker.
Are you a broker, sir?
So with that support system set, and let's give a big shout out to all our brokers.
Yeah, right. Our brokers are awesome.
We love you guys.
Yeah.
So I think every single one of us, at some point, we just wake up one day and we have this idea of something. And in the intro, we said ideas ignite action. Josh, how did you just wake up one day and say, I'm going to make this thing called Epique?
Well, I never just wake up. I'm a very slow waker-upper. It takes me a long time. This is very early for me, guys. This is super early. I don't know how
We're just getting up.
I don't know how you're running out here. It was, somebody asked me if you could give me one word that described why you created Epique, what would it be? And I said, I think it's, honestly, I hate to say it, but it's frustration. I was an agent, and I was frustrated because I was getting no support no matter where I went. No one seemed to care about my business except me, and I get it. I'm fine, but I noticed there was an industry that was built. It's a sink or swim industry, right? You're kind of just thrown out there. And sink or swim is great if you're a shark and you know how to swim and you know how to hunt. But if you're just like a regular person, and real estate is full of just regular people. Not everybody's a shark, So it's just full of regular people. And real estate is one of those things, it's a second career for most agents, right? So they had they were in oil and gas, or they were, like Janice said, a teacher, or whatever, a nurse, and it's a second career for a lot of people. And they're just kind of thrown out there. And I didn't like that. I didn't like it for me. I'm fine, okay? I can build my own business. I'm good. But I can't tell you how many people were struggling. And I'm sitting here going, wow, what would this be like if for anybody, like, anybody else? Like, I had certain skills that helped me with marketing and stuff. But I'm like, other people don't know how to do that. So how do you just make it work? And so I would see a lot of people just kind of join and fall out. We all see the numbers. But I'm sure you guys actually know people who this has happened to. They joined, it didn't work out, and they had to go get a job. And when we were talking about the area leader thing, this was about not leaving any agent left behind kind of thing, where we wanted to make sure that agents were supported throughout their whole career. Not just when we had Janice and I at our last brokerage, we had mentors. We were mentors. I was a mentor at my last brokerage. And it was only for 3 deals.
Yeah.
And it was just so silly because I've done hundreds of deals. I'm sitting here going, 3 deals? Like, you still learn stuff. If your 300th deal, you still need help.
The 3 worst deals.
You're right.
usually.
Yeah, I was like,
a
I bet
rental, a family member.
Yeah, and your first 3 deals are always like weird. It's always like, you know, like I helped my aunt. I did a lease for my cousin, and then like some random lot in a residential neighborhood for somebody I go to church with. I mean, it's just like 3 random deals, and you don't learn everything you need to know in those 3 deals. And so then it's like, oh, your 3 deals are up. Good luck for the rest of your career. Right. And for that luxury of having somewhat of a little bit of assistance for 3 deals, you get to give up like almost half your commission for it. And it just seemed like really, really stupid. And we just didn't like it. I also didn't like the idea that there was national support or local support. That was it, right? You're either at a franchise or something where you get local support and no national, or you're at a national place and you have no local support. And it just seemed like it didn't make any sense at all. Those things, it shouldn't be a choice you have to make between the 2 things. So you can have a national company with local support. And so I know I'm talking about Janice's question here that you asked.
Very passionate about
There-
it.
but it's all
not
intertwined.
the one you
right?
asked
All
me.
3 are in the same.
But the idea of Epique started from frustration, and it was from my very first interview at my very first brokerage. I went into the interview. I'll use air quotes. Interview. And I was wearing my nicest suit. I had my resume with me, and I had like references, and I had like questions I looked up on the internet, you know, like what questions should I be asking kind of thing. And I go in, and I thought it was like a real interview, like you see on TV, like, oh, I'm gonna get the job, you know? And, you know, it was a big company, so I just, you know, I didn't really know. I didn't know that with their model, if I had $99, or no, it's $249 a month. If I had $249 a month and a heartbeat and a license, I was good. And so I walked in, and there were like 12 other agents sitting around this conference room table, and they show me in there. I was like, oh. I was like, are they all interviewing me? Like, this is intense, right? So I go in, I sit down, and somebody comes in. She's not an agent. She's like a local recruiter for the office. And she just hands us a stack of paperwork to fill out and tells us, you know, this is where you put this. I'm going to need to see your this, that, whatever, drivers, whatever they needed. And just had to do it. She's like, so does anybody have any questions? And I'm like, yeah, I got like 30 questions, yeah. So I had this whole list of questions. But I didn't want to be that guy, you know, the guy with 30 questions. So I said, I'll just ask one. And I picked a random one. And my question was, I said, so you guys are getting 30% of my commission, a 6% franchise fee, 10% for a coach that I have to have. So basically half. Are you guys gonna be doing half the work? Or like, how does this work, you know? And she literally, like you guys did, she laughed. And she's like, no, sir, we're not gonna be doing your work for you. You're an independent contractor, so you're gonna be doing all the work. But if you have any questions, let me know. And I was like, I'm thinking, my first thought was like, that's a lot of money for questions answered, but all right. But I left there, and I remember I called a friend of mine, and I was like, I told her 2 things. I said, okay, these are my thoughts. I said, okay, brokers don't do anything. Cool. They don't provide nothing. That's cool. And then 2, that this was a reactive situation. They weren't going to be reaching out to me. She told me, if you have questions, let me know. So they're going to wait on me. No one's checking on me. No one cares about me. I'm on my own, and they're not going to do anything at all. And that stuck with me forever because I thought, that's not right. That seems wrong. And then I left and went to a different brokerage. And they didn't say that, but it was similar. You know, they said, we have all these tools kind of thing. And that's when I got this idea about tools, you know. It's like, well, you're not doing anything. Just give me some logins, you know. So when I was kind of thinking about that, and I was on Zoom during the shutdowns, so we were hanging out what I called the club, which was Zoom. So we were all locked in our houses, and so we were hanging out at the club, me, Janice, and Chris. And I told him, I said, I have this idea. What if there were a brokerage that actually did something, like did some work? Like instead of giving us a tool like a hammer, we all like picked up a hammer and helped build together. Like what would that look like? And that was just like a thought that I don't think any other brokerage had ever thought of, at least not a big one, you know. We couldn't find one that did anything like that. And so we just started, you know, talking about it, and it just started growing and evolving, and now it's Epique.
Now it is Epique.
Do you remember her name? The person that did this, the person you got the interview from. Do you remember them?
Do I remember the name of the local recruiter?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking in my head. I really got to find this lady. She really.
No, I don't
Christopher
know.
would have remembered.
I don't know her. I don't know her name.
Christopher
She might not even told us her
everything.
name. She just came in and was like, "Here's some paperwork, guys. Let
For
us
her,
know."
it
if
probably
you-"
really didn't matter, right? 'Cause she knows she's making 50. So.
Yeah, I don't know what
Getting
she
that
was.
check.
Yeah, she probably. I did. She was an agent. She's probably just on salary, kind of just like a local, office employee. But yeah, that was the model, and it was fine. And I was there for years. That experience at that brokerage actually changed a couple things. Not only did it help structure our whole company, that bad experience, that frustration. While I was there, my cap was $22,000. After I was there several years, 5 years, they changed it to $24,500. And I said, oh, well, I've been here 5 years. Like, am I not grandfathered in to the 22? Because I was a capper. And they said, no, nobody's grandfathered in. Everybody's going up to 24.5. And I thought that was really messed up. So when we were talking about Epique, I said, you know what we should do? Not that.
Finding cap.
So like, I didn't want to do that. It really, that stuck with me too. And I remember saying at the time, I was like, I've been here 5 years. They should be giving me a discount instead of raising it. That actually influenced our declining cap. That's experience where that came from. Because I was there 5 years, and I was like, after 5 years, I should be paying less. I should be getting a discount, not paying
He's
more.
sending you a check, right?
Yeah, they should be sending me money. I'm capping every year. And so we were like, well, what if every year they paid a little less? And so that's where the declining cap came from, that frustration. And somebody told me yesterday, they said, it's like you took out all the things that suck about being at a real estate brokerage. And I said, yeah, because they sucked.
Absolutely.
And we were agents. We weren't some millionaire franchise owners. We didn't own territories. We weren't, hanging out with the big wigs. I wasn't chilling at Glenn Sanford's house. You know what I mean? We were like, and hanging out with Gary Keller. We were just regular agents trying to make our lives, for our families. And we just kept hitting all this stuff that just really sucked. And we're like, there's nothing out there that doesn't suck that we can find. Let's just make something ourselves, a place that we would just want to be agents at. And that's just been the way we kind of looked at it this whole time.
Well, I can tell you there's 4,000 plus agents. Most of them are here that can all say thank you for that.
Yeah.
So before we wrap this up, I got one final question for all you guys. Janice, what's your favorite color?
White.
Chris?
Gold.
Josh?
Black.
He stole your gold.
Yep.
All right, give it up for our founders, y'all.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Good job.
Hello, hello. Good morning. All right, so let's be honest with one another. How many of you are hurting this morning? I admire you. My hat's off. Let's give them a hand clap. I know that it's tough. It's like the last day of the conference, so you're thinking, I really need to make sure I take advantage of Nashville and all the offerings. But thank you for being here this morning. I see some seats out there. Oh, thank you. My name's Jason Rivero. I am our global growth advisor. So essentially, I am responsible for helping us open up new markets outside of the United States. Now, that's exciting. So a little bit about myself. I actually, in terms of my work in international real estate, I did this for many years for a company called Anywhere. If you're familiar with them, Realogy, they own Sotheby's, Coldwell Banker, Century 21, in about 115 countries. And so I did servicing for them, but primarily on the franchising side of things. And through that experience, actually, when this gentleman was at another company, Sam Rodriguez, is he out here somewhere? There he is. This guy, I just got to know him, and if you know Sam, he's one of the most genuine people out there. And one of the things I loved about him, especially as he started telling me about Epique, was really his authenticity around it. You know, he was never pushy about the model, and that's one of the things sometimes that you see out there can kind of rub you the wrong way, right? People are very strong, and they just, you know, have so many people doing that, but that was never the case. And over time, I really started to see that, and it aligned with everybody that I met. And at the end of the day, there were two big factors that made me determine why I wanted to come and join Epique. Was one, the people, because I think so many of you probably agree with this. After a certain time in your career, you decide that it's not worth it working with jerks, or, you know, the other words that are out there. And so it was really important for me as I looked at the next opportunities to work with people that I like to work with, right? Because you're spending a lot of time with people in a lot of different situations. So that was huge. But the second thing I think that was so important was really this thing which we have in front of us, which is our opportunity to take advantage of growth. So I'm here to talk about, are you ready to unleash your global growth potential? All of you, yeah? So this is certainly something that many of you maybe are not focused on, and that's okay. There are other agents, and we'll talk about those. We have a great group of people that have just kind of raised their hand early on to say, hey, I want to be a part of this. But we know that more and more, the opportunities around real estate are either being facilitated because of technology, either because of people's ability to live and move other places because of remote work, or just a simple fact that they want to invest outside of the United States and the financing mechanisms that are available to them. It's going to become much more prevalent. So I'm not saying that this is going to be, your focus here domestically might not be a big part of your business, but I think that once we start building a global network, it's going to certainly facilitate opportunities for you not only to transact, but then to also to potentially recruit, build teams outside. How many of you want to have a team and maybe people outside of the United States that you can say you can refer to? Very nice. All right. So this is what we're talking about here. And so we've started out already building out a foundation. So we have an international agent committee. How many of you are involved right now? We have about 40 or so individuals. I see you, some of you raising your hand. These people have been awesome. They've been spending time with me every month, kind of talking through our opportunities, themselves referring candidates potentially that we could interview through their own networks. I want to recognize someone that's in the committee right now. So Adrienne Lazarus, I don't know if she survived last night. I don't know if she's here. She said she was going out, so I don't know. Okay. But anyways, tell her I did recognize her here. But she was, someone that's a recruiter. She had never recruited outside of the U.S., but she kind of focused on that, put some systems in place, and has brought me some of the most impressive candidates in various countries. So it's certainly not something that you have to be born with, and I can talk you through that if you want to know in terms of being involved in recruiting. Second thing that we've done is very similar to what you've heard here on this stage previously in terms of the processes and the interview opportunities. So I've seen from other companies as well, when you start growing, you have people that want to refer people and say, hey, this person should be the person you hire or bring on into this country. And I want to make sure that they get the right consideration. I, of course, have people that I interview and that I talk to that I like, but at the end of the day, what we've built in here in terms of a process is a very transparent and clear interview process that we've set up for every country. So we're not going to open up a country just because we have one great candidate. I want to make sure that we have several great candidates that we can pass through not just our interview agent committee, but also through the staff, and then finally through Chris, Josh, and Janice to make those final decisions. So even though I have my person that I'm rooting for, I remove myself from that decision-making process to make sure that we have the right people in those roles. So that's a very important part of the transparency. And through that, we were able to kind of prove this concept out with our first really global event. We went over to Canada. We had actually so many people wanting to go. We had over 25 agents that represented us at Realtor Quest, and Realtor Quest is the equivalent of NAR essentially. They actually have about 17,000 agents, so if you've never been, it's actually bigger than NAR's national conference. It was tremendous. We had 2 booths there, so we were covering all sides of the expo, and I'm pleased to tell you that we now have our new broker of record for Ontario, Wendy Starr. Is she here? Wendy, where's Wendy at? Come up here, Wendy. I want people to see you. I told her I wasn't going to put her on the spot, but I think it's very important. Welcome, Wendy. Let's give her a warm Epique of. So, anything you want to say real quick? Or?
I'm thrilled to be part of the first international brokerage for Epique, and it's truly a transformational moment for the Canadian real estate landscape. So let's go build something epic.
Awesome. Thank you. Excellent. So make sure you connect with her. She has been such a breath of fresh air. And knowing that, what we're trying to build is something that's not like, hey, this is how we do it in the United States, and this is the way you should do it in Canada. We want to make sure that it addresses the needs of Canadian realtors. And so we've looked at really evaluating all of our benefits, even the way that we're structuring certain things. And that's the way that we're going to approach it. This is going to be a collaborative experience. Even though I have my experience in all these different countries, I can tell you there are a lot of gaps. There's a lot of things that I don't know and understand. And so having the right trusted person in that country is crucial. So this is really a benefit for you. I encourage all of you. I would love for that committee to be hundreds of agents involved in this so that you can learn in terms of how you build that out. Certainly there are trainings. Many of you are certified international property specialists out there. But then also as we build the network, one of the things that are going to be very important is how we create a network that will really transact, that's going to flow well in terms of referrals, in terms of commissions and listings. We're going to build and think through that technology very well, which I think is going to be best in class, which a lot of brokerages have not figured out. I think we're going to excel in that area. So please make sure that you are involved. And if you have any questions, we have an email, very simple, global@epiquerealty.com. So send me an email. We'll get you scheduled if you want to get involved with the expansion. So phase one right now, Canada, we're really focused on Ontario. That's really our focus. It's not necessarily, hey, let's open up the whole country, but make sure that we have each province. We already have some demand. We actually have some visitors from Canada that came on their own too. So they're already hearing about it. They're excited about Epique joining. So we're getting a lot of interest in Canada. We also already have about 5 or 6 different countries right now in the pipeline. We're actually interviewing brokers of records for another country that's a very long flight away. And so we're excited about opening that up. And so it is a combination of, one, our own target markets, but also where we gauge the interest. If we see a great candidate that have strong operations and a good understanding of the industry, where they are, and then also an understanding of international real estate, feel free to serve them over to us as a team here. So finally, my last pitch, like I said, please get involved. If you have any questions, more than happy to schedule one-on-ones with you. But hopefully you'll join me in this journey. Thank you very much.
I don't think there it goes. Hey guys, sorry. I was up late last night. I was trying to do my presentation. And about 2 o'clock, I realized I've got to go to bed. I've only had 4 hours of sleep. I'm not going to keep y'all for much time today. I'm going to drink some water first so that I'm not smacking on the microphone. There's nothing worse. These thoughts just come to my head and I just say them out loud. Could you imagine living with me? Josh is like, what did you say? Today I said something and I was like, I don't know, Josh. I was talking to the dogs. Today I want to talk to you guys about something that'll pop up. See, I'm telling you, somebody is messing with me. Guys, can you put that presentation up for me? I can see it right here, but I can't see it on the big screen. There we go. I want to talk to you guys about Epique signs. For a lot of our agents, we've understood from the beginning that we wanted to give you guys better access and more control for yourselves. I sound like I can hear myself like feedback. When it comes to the Signs app, this Signs app will allow our agents to finally be in charge. We've heard about it. Dawn Loading, I know you're out here. You asked me about it a couple of, probably a month ago, and I was like, shh, just give me a second. I promise we're gonna talk about this at Powercon. So the Agent Advisory Board they give us a lot of feedback, and this was one of the biggest things. So we'll go into the second part of this. This isn't really that exciting. What's exciting about it is that it's gonna be available soon. So this will give you guys, you'll have your own profile. You'll finally be able to talk to the vendors yourselves. I know that's been a big request. How can I get a hold of it? How can I get a hold of the vendor? How can I see the inventory of my signs? How can I even do this on my own? Right now, how it works, unfortunately, is that you guys go into Epique Cloud, you make the request gets sent to our benefits team, and it's a concierge approach, right? We want to be with you from start to finish, but we realize that sometimes start to finish isn't always the best way for you guys. And remember, we're an agent-first brokerage, so we want to figure out how we can turn it around and have you in charge. So we listen to you, and we develop the app. You'll be able to request new sign installation and request it to be picked up, all without having to get us involved. You'll be back in charge. You'll also be able to make changes like don't install before or as soon as possible. Right now there's a tiny delay, right? Because it goes from us, that we tell you it could take up to 72 hours for us to contact, because let's face it, there's a lot of you guys. And we have a bunch of people in the Signs app, or in the Benefits Signs team. Shout out to Chardonnay, who's working hard, our benefits manager. She's incredible. If you guys haven't had a chance to talk to her, she's great, and her entire team is amazing. We have a bunch of people working secretly, like little undercover agents back there for y'all, advocating for you. But let me get back to it. 72 hours to take the form that we get from you guys, telling us the address, where you want it placed, and then most importantly, when you want it placed. And that sometimes sets us back. And it's unfortunate, and we heard you guys, and we are sorry that it took this long. But it's, good things come to those who wait. It is coming soon. I just spoke with Jesse. I'm sorry to call you out, Jesse. I just spoke to Jesse in the back to get an update. This will be rolled out in 60 days. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you for everything. As I always say, we work for you guys. That's my motto. You don't work for us, we work for you. And we'll continue to streamline the process to make things easier for y'all. Enjoy the show.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Everybody hear me? Where's my fellow karaokeers from last night? Oh, yeah. There you go. Whoever shared the truck with me on the way home, the driver texted me saying, lose my number. So, anyway, we're here to talk about core, right? We hear this a lot, core, commercial. So whether you're doing commercial, whether you want to do commercial, or somebody who wants to do commercial, we're going to talk about where we're going to go from here, where we're at, where we're going to go. So why did we create core? By the way, this is the core committee. These are the ones who, and we'll give announcements at the end, but we have commercial experts right now. We have commercial experts at the company. Everybody says, when you're rolling core out, I got a commercial person that wants to come over. I'm going to say right now, they can come right now. Our closest cloud competitor is offering it at $500 a month, where we have 149. Our closest cloud competitor has a 20,000 cap. We're going to keep it at 15. We're going to keep the same cap system. We're going to try to make everything as similar at Epique as it is at Core. So what is Core? So Core is built by this team, sorry. Core is built by this team. It's backed by Epique, and it has the same vision that Epique had. We want to change the commercial real estate world, take them out of selling caves and get them into the future. So why are we doing Core? There's a rising demand for commercial. There's different standards. There's different lingo. It's just a different world. So there's no more winging it going on. We're going to have the support. We're going to have a formal build out of a separate company. So what's Core? Who's Core? What is it here? So this is really what it is. It's for agents that are solely commercial. They don't want to do residential. They don't want to join a board. They don't want to be affiliated with NAR. So they're going to have a place in our community. It's for business brokering. Agents that all they do is buy and sell businesses and sell franchises, they don't want to join boards. So we'll have a place for them. We'll have the support for them. It's for brokers that are small, brokers that want to level up the game, but maybe they didn't want to come to Epique because they do commercial. It's for them. And most important, for residential agents that want to learn commercial, want to partner with commercial, or you come across a deal and you have no idea who to refer it to, we're going to have a formal place and a formal referral partnership with the partnerships that we have right now. So we're going to have a clear branding that's separate than Epique, but still capitalize on the Epique name and bring that into the mix. We're going to have a defined process, workflow, structure, specialized transaction coordinators, and specialized mentors. So, how it's going to work. Agents that are here right now who are not doing residential, they're going to look at, that's my basis. That's where I'm doing most of my business, so I'm going to join Core. There might be agents that say, well, I still want to do commercial, but I don't want to switch. I want to stay at Epique. I want to keep my board memberships. We're going to support that, and we're going to have specialized training in the Power Academy for you. No more, Berlin Wall where you have to do commercial or residential. Pick a side. We're going to have the ability to do both. So, what are the next steps? The first step would be to find, is this what I want to do? Do I want to join over on there? Most of it's going to be reliant on each state on the boards. There's a lot of states that are heavy board driven in the commercial industry. There's some states that they're just absolutely not. I have people right now that are saying, look, if I don't have to join a board, I'd be there tomorrow, but you're making me join a board. So as we roll out each state, we're going to have the same thing that we do now. There's going to be a waiting list, and when that state opens, then they can join. Or they can join now under Epique, and when the state rolls out, within the first 90 days, they can flip over. No charge, no additional fee, nothing. We just switch everything and change the branding. Let's just skip forward. So right now, every Thursday, we do have training. If you guys have not seen it, every Thursday is a CRE Power Up. We do commercial training. We do business brokering. Just business in general, coaching is there. But the biggest thing right now, oh, I forgot this was in there. So this is the advisory committee. Take a picture of this. Rather than doing each individual introduction, here you go. So these are the ones that you want to contact right now if you come across a commercial deal and you need support with it. If you come across a commercial deal and you want to refer it. Maybe you might have some questions. Maybe you have a commercial agent that's coming into the company and they have a couple more questions. Take a picture of this. These are your people to refer to right now. As we're building this out and we continue to build it out, this is your crew. And right here is officially open today. So Scan the code. It's also in the magazine. Any agents that are interested in the state, go ahead and scan it. This is the join site, just like we have Epique Join, this is the core site. And if you have a team, if you have a large commercial agent, a brokerage right now, bring them our way. Let's have conversations right now. Some of the vendors that we're working with, we have key benchmarks. One's 50 agents. So once we have 50 agents at core, we can start rolling out specific benefits. 250, then we can expand it again and have 500, even more. So we have some key pendulum numbers that we have to hit, and once we hit that, we'll just explode, because then the benefits exclusive to commercial will be rolling out. And that's it. I appreciate it. I do want to do one thing, though. Josh mentioned something. Josh is wearing a lot of hats. Chris, Janice, where's Josh? Is he up here? So now you got another hat to wear. That's it. I appreciate it. Scan the code. I think I can go back. Scan the code. And any questions you have, feel free to call any of them. Call me. We're ready for it. All right. Morning, everybody. How are you? All right. I have just a couple quick updates. Some of you may have seen at the shareholders meeting that we have rolled out the Epique Solo K. And I want to give a couple updates, but also just mention a couple things that I might help. I was looking up just last night, really, that 9 of the 10 wealthiest people in the world got their wealth from, guess? Their company stock. You have to diversify your investments. That's part of what we're trying to help people do. And, oh, I don't have the clicker. Just realized I don't have the clicker. Thank you, sir. So we're going to talk about one of the ways you can do it. Obviously, you're investing in real estate. You definitely need to keep doing that, but we want to help you to diversify some of your investments. And the Solo 401k is a fantastic resource because it gives you the full resources of a 401k plan without a lot of the administrative costs, particularly because Epique is taking care of the cost. But some other 401k plans even will put a drag on your performance because the fees are so high, and that's not the case for you. Roll on here. If you're familiar with investing in IRAs or even Roth IRAs, it's a fantastic tool, and the Roth investing concept is particularly amazing because the money that you put in a Roth vehicle never gets taxed again. I'm sure many of you are familiar with that, but what's great about a Roth 401k is that you can put 10 times as much in. You have the ability to also, with Roth 401k, and they're both great, by the way, pre-tax or Roth 401k are both fantastic, but with Roth 401k, there's no income exclusion. If you make a certain amount of money, I think it's 180 to 200,000 now, you lose the ability to contribute to a Roth IRA. But even if you're killing it, making $1 million a year,
you're not going to lose the ability to contribute to a Roth 401k. Come on now. A lot of clicks in there. We're just building up drama. Yeah, if you're 61 to 63, there's even a higher carve out where you can do up to 81,250. But for most people under 50, you can contribute 70,000 to your pre-tax solo K or your Roth solo K. Plus, and this is where I think we really add the most value, this is going to cover financial planning. That means meeting with a financial coach, we'll call it, a couple times a year to just see how you're progressing toward your goals. That's going to be looking at, of course, the investments in your 401k, but that's also going to be looking at your other investments, coordinating how your various rev shares and other income streams coordinate with all of this. What's that going to mean when I'm 75? How much should that be growing to? Well, what if we want to buy a new car every 6 years? How does that affect it? What if we want to buy that beach house? And how does that affect it? That's what putting data in a financial planning software and getting updates from it every once in a while is important to do. Another thing that I've noticed some other firms didn't take care of very well, but I think because of the financial planning, Epique is going to be in a better position to handle is, I think a lot of people in this room are going to become very wealthy in the next few years. I'm not going to say how. There are so many different ways to become successful in this company, but I think one of the things that may contribute is the growth of equities, or one in particular, I think could really help. And I think having a resource or resources there to help you protect that could be of a lot of value. And we want to help people that become independently wealthy manage that well, even with your company stock, because it may become a really important part of your wealth over the next few years. There are ways to protect against the volatility in your company stock without selling it, by the way. One of the things that I'll just wrap up with, we've taken a few steps to make this process a lot easier for people now. It's because a 401k plan involves you as the employee, you're the plan administrator, you're also the employer, so your, your company, your S Corp or your LLC is what's actually making a match into the plan. But we've streamlined that paperwork so that you answer 5 or 6 questions and, perfect timing. We take care of the rest on a short phone call. So it only takes a few minutes to get started. And the team at Epique has made this so simple. Elizabeth and Sierra did an amazing job of helping to set it up so that you can now contribute directly from your CDA. You don't have to set up a bank draft. And that makes it simple. So when you're contributing to the company stock, if you do that, directly below that, you'll see options for pre-tax solo K or Roth solo K. And I can talk to you about the investments one-on-one. I can help you decide, what combination of those is going to be the best fit. Thank you so much, Ernesto. You are the man. All right. I feel like I just had my Marco Rubio moment. I was like, Anyway. Sorry about that. Anyway, to get started, all you need to do is text a number. Just text your name to the number we're going to put on the screen. When you do that, I'm going to follow up with a couple links that tell you about the solo 401k plan from Invesco. It's going to give you the opportunity to schedule meetings with me or my paraplanner. We want to be a resource to you, whether you're doing a lot of investing in the solo K plan or if you just have a question about other financial matters. I'm excited that we're going to be, I believe, participating in some of the Friday financial freedom talks. So thank you, Dawn, for that conversation yesterday. I hope we can participate. We're here to help you in any way. Please just send a text, and we'd love to keep in touch and be a resource for you. Thank you.
At Epique Realty, our leadership program is what sets us apart from other brokerages by offering personalized one-on-one support, guidance, and mentorship to every agent. As seasoned real estate professionals and community experts, area leaders are the backbone of our agents' success by helping them to set goals, overcome obstacles, and assimilate to Epique's culture. Through compassion and empathy, Epique area leaders understand each agent's unique needs. Building trust-based relationships, area leaders are genuinely invested in fostering their mentees' personal and professional development. Effective area leaders encourage growth by adapting their approach to create tailored development plans that align with each agent's goals. They promote a culture of resilience, continuous learning and improvement, and turn challenges into opportunities. Constructive feedback is crucial. Our area leaders provide balanced, actionable guidance, offering praise and specific advice for improvement. Modeling effective leadership, they demonstrate integrity, accountability, and strong communication skills, setting the example, elevating standards, and inspiring others. Regular communication is key. Area leaders host monthly in-person social or training events and hold weekly Zoom meetings to stay connected with their agents and keep them informed. They collaborate with state brokers to ensure agents have the resources they need. Our area leaders are the heart and soul of our organization by fostering a spirit of collaboration and supporting the Epique vision, prioritizing agent success. If this describes you, follow the link to set up an interview for an area leader position at Epique. Join us and become the heart of our success.
Good morning. Well, first I'll start simply by saying, I know it says join. We love having area leaders join us, but obviously there was no link. It's in the Power Academy. In order to become an area leader with us, you do have to be with us for 45 days. And I've got a few of our area leaders here, so I'll let them introduce themselves first. But before we do that, can I have, if there are area leaders in the crowd, stand up for me. Thank you. If I could get you all up here, I would. But thank you for everything you do. So we're going to talk with the four that are up here. Tyler, tell everyone where you're from.
My name's Tyler Boardman. I am the Owasso area leader. I'm just north of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I'm Amber O'Brien. I'm out in the Portland metro area in Oregon.
All right.
Good morning. I am Austin Lipking out of the great Hoosier state of Indiana from Indianapolis.
Good morning. I'm Renee Johnson, the Northeast Atlanta metro area in Georgia.
Georgia showed up today. Well, awesome. Well, and if those of you, I have not met everyone yet, I am Jill Lutz. I am the National Director of Leadership for, and get to work with all of these people. So very excited to get to talk about. I'm like, so my first question to all of you is, why did you want to be an area leader?
For me, when I looked at Epique, I became an area leader pretty quick after joining. And when I looked at Epique, I couldn't help think of Leaders Eat Last. And the way that they talked about what they wanted to do here. And then we had our 1-year celebration at Oklahoma, and I actually became an area leader that day. But Josh and Chris came, and we were playing games and everything, and they're literally, I didn't know what to expect meeting them, but they're literally on the floor picking up trash, right there alongside all the agents, and it just showed that what they were saying, they really meant it. And then, so I wanted to be a part of blowing this whole thing up and be as engaged as I could. And from there, you know, I have a desire to help people, just a servant heart, and so that has helped fulfill a big part for me, just being able to help agents when in need.
Awesome. And Amber, tell us, what does it mean when you talk about we talk about area leaders, what's that look like? What does it mean, like, for you when you're seeing it?
For me, it means showing up. And that's the truth. I worked in a leadership role before, and even though my strengths were recognized by our brokerage team leader, they were really extracted to serve her purpose. And I knew that when I became a leader, that was not going to be the way that I functioned, because I want to be able to see the strengths in the agents that I work with and understand what their goals and their vision is, and be able to facilitate a connection between their strengths, their vision, and all of the opportunities, benefits, resources that Epique provides to us, and be able to make that connection so that they can really reach and fulfill their own vision of success.
Awesome. And Austin?
Yeah, for me, coming into the industry, and I have a history of working in the service field, I would say that it's a bridging of the gap, not in talent, but in support, right? So I know what it's like to have been passed over for opportunities and to not have been felt seen, right? So we learn about all of these incredible benefits here at a national level. As the area leader, to be able to take that back and then share that information with those individuals who are hungry for it, who may not have had the opportunity to come and experience the culture that exists here. That bridging of that gap is what being an area leader means for me, so that I can ensure that other people know these opportunities exist for you.
Love it. And Miss Renee?
For me, it's holding space. I think Don Loading says that a lot. Just holding a space there for whether it's our monthly events. You know, sometimes 2 people show up, sometimes 10. You just never know. And I like to also encourage other area leaders to say, just be there for when your agents need you. And so it's a pleasure for me to be able to be there for my agents. You know, I've been blessed. I've had a lot of good coaches and mentors, and I understand how difficult it can be in this industry, just starting from scratch, you know, kind of like Josh touched on earlier. So just having somebody to be able to go to and call and say, hey, I mean, we have a ton of benefits. A lot of them are tech, AI, and different things like that. So sometimes it's just the benefits, like learning Lofty or, you know, the ton that we have. It takes a lot. It can be overwhelming. So having somebody right there that you can just grasp on and just pick up the phone and call. And y'all call us. I think people, I hear a lot from my agents say, oh, I don't want to bother you. I don't want to. Like, no, call us. That's what we're here for. We love what we do. The majority, if not all of everybody in this position has a heart of service. And we want to serve you all. And we want to see you be a better version of yourselves. So do not hesitate to reach out to us. But I just love being there for my agents and being able to help them go to the next level, whatever that looks like.
I love that. We often talk, you know, and in this last year, we took Janice's vision, you know, and she started this. Everyone knows that she was the original area leader, and taken this to a place where a year ago when I stepped into this, we had just over 100 area leaders around the country, and we now have 222 area leaders.
Yeah.
And as Chris has just announced that we will open up we're now open in 50 states. We're growing even more. You know, and we talk a lot with the group about that concept of meeting an agent where they're at. So if you guys would kind of talk about that, whoever wants to jump in on it.
So for me, every agent is very different. You know, I have an agent in my area. When I first called her up, and she's, hey, I'm on my way out of the business. I'm retiring, you know. And then she calls me back next week, and she's like, I'm sorry, I had a cold. I feel a lot better now. Let's get after it. I got a $2.6 million listing coming up, you know.
Right,
so
right.
that part can be tough when you can see maybe more in someone than they see in themselves at that time. And so trying to level with them and give them the confidence they need maybe to jump up to where they could be or you know, is a big thing. But then also, some agents are way up there, and they may feel like they don't need your support, you know, and so getting them to realize, hey, I may not even know near what you know about transactions because you've been in the business for 40 years, but I have spent a ton of time getting into our systems and understanding that. And so there's different levels of support for every agent, for sure.
Love it.
Yeah. I agree with that. It really is, you know, how can I help? How can I help you? And, you know, like you said, the other side of that is, for Donna Jo, for example, she has tons of experience. Like, I know that I have a lot to learn from her as she becomes an area leader, too. And so it is really, you know, helping, supporting, knowing that we are here for you guys. And it's not just our people. We're here for each other. Mm-hmm. I'm here for the state broker. He knows I have his back when he needs me. And, you know, so even...
Hey, you're welcome, Charles.
And, you know, even, like I see Miranda here in the front row, and they're up in Washington. You know, they're a bordering state, but I want to go and support her events and be there for her, too. So I think it's not just meeting the agents where they're at, but meeting our colleagues and our leaders where they're at.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It comes back to service, really, to be able to wake up every morning and say to self, I'm going to ground myself today so that I can be the best version of me that I can be for other people. And if you're not taking care of yourself and your authentic version, you can't do that for other people. From there, it's based in service and saying, what can I do to serve you today, right? And meeting that person where they are. We encounter so many different energies in a day, and somebody may want more of that hand-holding, while as others say, I am an independent agent and I have a grasp of what's happening in the business and the culture, and they may not need that support. So being able to gauge and know where to serve and how to serve, it does take come from a place of grounded and understanding of yourself, so that you can say, I'm going to serve you the best way that I can and meet you where you are.
Absolutely. Yes. I love that you say that, Austin, because there are times, even as an area leader, you have to recognize that I hear, because we have our calls on Wednesday mornings, and a lot of times you'll hear agents say, or even with the early area leader trainings, they're like, well, I'm having these events and nobody's showing up, and I'm doing this and nobody's showing up, and it's like, no. I have agents that have been an area leader for over a year that I've maybe talked to one time. But then I have agents that I talk to maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And so, not that I don't reach out, sometimes I feel...
I was gonna say, Renee reaches out.
Sometimes I feel weird, like sending these text messages like, oh, we have this meeting today, or come to this, and they don't respond at all, but I don't take it personally because it's exactly what we're talking about. Meet them where they are. Like, when I have I have a monthly mixer, because that's required of us that we have a monthly event. And certain agents show up to that. I had one agent that I did an outreach last year when we did the Christmas drive with the kids, and she showed up, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so nice to meet you. Like, I had been an area leader for almost a year, and I had never met her before, and she didn't really respond to things, but again, it's meeting them where they are. So just speaking to the other area leaders, don't get discouraged. They're there, just keep, reaching out, and when they're ready, when they need something, a lot of times it's tech, especially with the more experienced agents. A lot of times it's the tech support that they need. And so diving in and making sure that we know all of the tech for ourselves so that we can be able to help our agents with that, that's, again, meeting them where they are.
Yeah. Well, and I think, too, we look a lot in kind of talking what you guys were just saying. A lot of what all 200 plus of them have really taken the time to dig into systems. You're meeting the people in the CDAs, in transactions, in onboarding, to know where, like how the process is happening, so that you're always there for your people. And I think that there's so much behind the scenes that people don't know that each one of you takes on. So I just want to say thank you for that, because each and every agent, even though they may not know how much you put in to help, it's there. And they'll tell you, I always say it comes from a place of joy, I think. So the last part would just be, what do you want people to know about being an area leader?
I think the biggest thing for me with being an area leader is, you get to help people, but also you get to be more engaged, I think, with everyone. Like, I mean, we get on these weekly calls, and you get to learn from the best of the best. I get to spend a lot of time with my broker and the other area leaders in Oklahoma that have really helped raise me up as a person. So that, on top of the joy of being able to help someone in a time of need, has been a huge thing for me, and kind of relighting my fire, if you will.
For me, I'm going to say it means showing up as the person that you are. I haven't, in my careers, have not always been encouraged to be that person, and it wasn't until I came to Epique where my true strength, my true self was able to shine, and that I can use that to support my agents, to support other leaders, and to support our leaders. So I think it's really recognizing your own true north and making sure that you follow it and that you're in the right environment to be able to do that. And that's what Epique provides.
When I came to learn about this role, I came into the industry on the shoulders of giants, and I have to give them a shout out. Justin and Sarah Graham, thank you for believing in me, even when I didn't believe in myself, right? So to have that person in your corner that can help you shrug off that self-limiting belief that says, you know what, I don't think that I'm good enough, right? And came into that space understanding that while I may not think that I am that leader, I have to take the reins, because there are people around me who are watching. The world is watching at this point. I mean, we are international at this point, right? So those leadership roles really have the ability to shape the entire culture of who we are and what we bring to an industry that is changing so quickly. And I am honored to be among these incredible area leaders here nationally, and to be able to say thank you. Thank you for everybody who supports and believes in those people who don't always believe in themselves.
Awesome. And Renee will let you finish it up for us.
Well, one thing that I didn't really expect that I do just absolutely cherish now being an area leader is the relationships. Mm-hmm. The culture that Epique has built to be together relationally, like I was in a brick and mortar building before. I literally had an office in my building, and before coming to Epique, I barely talked to other agents. I barely, my broker was 2 doors down. We never really interacted. But now the relationship I have with Allison, the relationship I have with my agents, the relationships they have with each other, is such a blessing to me to see that we can have that in this space. I never thought that I would have the relationships that I have with other agents, and not just, in Georgia, but all across the country. Miranda, her and I are besties. We met at, I don't know, was it Powercon or the leadership retreat or whatever. MJ, it's I know people across the country now that I could pick up the phone if I'm struggling or if we want to brainstorm. I love that about this brokerage. I didn't have it before, and it's such a beautiful thing to be able to, Dawn Loading, I love her to death. Mary Baggett, it's who are all these people that just came into my life and have my whole heart so quickly? So I'm so grateful for what we have here, because it's very rare and it's different. And I said Jesus Christ would have to come and sit in my face and say, it's time to go. Because outside of that, I'm not going anywhere. So I love it.
Yes, awesome. Well, thank you for coming up and sharing your stories with us. As we said, if you are interested in being an area leader, please reach out to your current area leader, because we are constantly looking for more people to grow, even if it is not available right now in your area, because we have someone. As we continue to grow, we will keep adding people. So thank you. All right. Go this way. Go this way. Are we going to take your waters? Are these our waters? I don't know who these are. I don't know whose that one was.
All right. Thank you. How you doing? I'm Andrew Mintz with Real Commissions. You may or may not have heard of us, but that's why I'm here. So we are thrilled to have partnered with Epique. We're just thrilled to be here, and we've been working with Epique for years, but now we're making it official. And again, such a great group of people, and we're real excited to be a part of this. Just to give you a little bit of background, Real Commissions is a commission advanced service provider. So we're the leading in the space. Basically, our goal is to help agents bridge the gap. So if there's, let's say, a little bit of a lull in between closings, our goal is to bridge that and basically really to help you guys sell more houses at the end of the day. So we've been working, this is actually 21 years in business. So, we've seen the rough years and we've seen the good years, but, we've made it through some battles, and we're here to help you guys, again, get through any little bit of lulls in the business as it goes. Just to give you a little bit of background in terms of how we differ from some of the other providers out there. So first of all, thanks to your management team, we are offering all Epique agents the lowest rate that we offer nationwide. So thanks to your team, we're offering every agent. So again, each agent can contact us. We'll provide them with the quote based on, and the rates are based on days to closing. So obviously the lowest rates are days, less than a week, less than 2 weeks out, and it kind of goes up from there. We go to about 3-4 months out. So if you have a closing, new construction that's coming up, we can work with that. Basically, once an agent ask for a quote, we'll go through the process, and really it's a fast process. So the approval and everything is happening the same day or potentially the next day. And again, part of our process is we really look at the overall volume of the agent. So we don't look at credit, we don't do that. We just really look at past sales and current pending and active listings as a part of our process. Everything is done via DocuSign. So it's very, again, quick, easy, and in real time. So again, not only are we offering the lowest rates across the board, but if you did need it for the first time, we are doing 50% off your first one, which our rates is normally 4.5% if it's like a 30 to 45 day close. So it's just an option for you if you needed it. Here's a quick process. So what we'll be doing is we'll get some information from you in terms of days to close, how much you're looking to receive, and basically what's your net commission at the end of the day. And then you'll fill out a quick form. We send the quote. And then again, this is all happening the same day. And then we'll process it and then wire you the funds in your account that day. And then once we do, we wait for closing, and that's when we'll receive our fees. So there's no upfront costs. It's all happening during closing. Quick process. So we did create a landing page, and we will be working with Epique to get that posted in your portal. So you would go directly to the landing page. You can ask for a quote, or you can actually apply right from there. So that's realcommissions.com/Epique. At that point, we'll go through the process of quickly applying, approval, and then we'll wire the funds. So again, this is something you can do a partial advance if you just needed a few $1,000s, to come to a show, or if you needed more in order to do investments, signage, whatever the case may be. And again, we'll actually have an account manager that will work with you specifically. So you'll have that person that you'll work with initially and then ongoing. So you'll always have someone to talk to if needed. This is my contact information if you want to take a quick pic. Basically, I'll be the one to send the quote. I'll be the one to work with you and talk to you about the program if you have any questions. If you're a broker or managing broker or area manager, please feel free to reach out and I can answer any questions that you may have. But I really appreciate your time. I know you guys have a busy agenda, so thanks so much. And looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Do you need?
Hey, everybody.
Let's go. How's everybody doing today?
Great.
Feeling good. Nashville feeling all right. I love it. I'm super excited here because we have the best support team in Epic. And that's what I always preach about Epic, opportunity and support. And it starts first and foremost with Mr. Chris Miller, Josh Miller, Janice Dale said, and then it flows down through our broker support team, to our brokers, to our area leaders, and all the way down through the agents. So much support here. So before we get everything started, Chris, you have something you'd like to say to get it going?
I would love to tell you a little bit about what our broker support team does here at Epic. I mentioned it this morning on the panel. We knew early on, and this was Janice's vision of area leaders. I hope y'all can hear me. The vision of area leaders, Janice really made me catch that vision as much as I caught it, as you guys caught it with her. A lot of people don't know this, but Janice and Josh are the most, I get you guys do know this, but I live with Josh and I hang out. Janice is my best friend, and so often she's so inspirational, and I often want to be a lot like Janice. And I thought, wow, what an amazing program she's built. Thank you. We love you, Janice. And I said, how can we replicate what she's built? And I sat for hours and we built this program that all of us, it's not just me and Katie, it's our team. It's Jay, it's Vicky, it's Chuck, it's Katie who's leading. She's our national broker. She's head of it. And Brandy's a part of our team. What this team does is they are the middle, we have our state broker, right? But who supports our state broker if they're at the top? Yes, the founders were here and we have teams that want to help, but we want a more direct connection. Me and Katie are friends and we're very close. We talk every day and we built this kind of infrastructure and we're like, who can lead it? And I'm sorry, I want you guys to have a chance for sure. But I'm so passionate about it. I think you and I, we spend a lot of countless time on the phone, crying our eyes out. I'm an overly emotional guy. I'm happy to admit that truly. And I think you feel the same way. We're like kindred spirits. And so we were like, who do we identify? And the first person we said was Jay. Jay, if you guys don't know Jay, get an opportunity. He's incredible. Vicky, from the moment I met her, was the most, incredible person. Katie, I cried the first time I met you. Oh God, you had me in tears. We were talking about that car wash. She had emailed me 60 times. I was crying because I just didn't want to do it. No, we had figured it out. She made this incredible video. Then Chuck, are you kidding me? Chuck Wells, this is the dream team. And they're going to tell you a little bit about themselves, and Brian's going to introduce you guys, but these are the most amazing leaders, and it is my true honor to work with all of you. I'm so grateful every day that I get to see you guys and talk to you, and when we meet, and we're inspiring our brokers so that they can continue to be motivated to inspire you. That's our job, is to continue inspiring. And thank you, Janice, for everything with the area leadership. I see you over there. And I love you, and you are the best, and we are so grateful for your leadership. And that's my story.
All right, so first and foremost, my name is Brian Dern, Florida State Broker, here to introduce everybody. And first we have Mr. Jay No. He is our West Regional Broker. Vicki Williams covers Tennessee and all the South. Mr. Chuck Wells from Oklahoma. He covers the Central, and our national fearless leader, Katie Kingsley.
Yeah! Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Before we get into the questions, I call them VIBs, very important brokers. So if you don't mind, I want to take a second to acknowledge, if you're a state managing broker in the room, would you stand up, please, wherever you are? We see the behind the scenes. Can we just say thank you? Thank you so much. It's not possible without them.
There's Kelly. Hey, Kelly.
I can see him. I can see him. Can you guys tell Chris is passionate about this by any chance? He's doing a great job.
Just a little bit. A little obsessed with y'all.
So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this quick, to the point, because we know there's so much knowledge coming out of all these brains, so much inspiration. I thought of a couple quick questions, one for each of them, because they all have a unique set of skill. And I thought that I would just try to hone in on some of that. So, 1 minute on the clock.
Can you see that clock over there?
We're going to start with Mr. J. No. What is one tool or method that you coach brokers that consistently works?
It's a method. It comes down to two questions I have everyone ask themselves. Number one, are you showing up? Number two, are you consistent? In my belief, everything else you can learn. The fact that you're a broker, you're already there. You have the backing, you have the understanding, you have the compliance, you have the ops in place already. Now it's actually just applying it. So the question here, number one, are you showing up? By showing up, I'm not just referring to you, the actual broker themselves. The brokers need to show up every single day for themselves to make sure that they're doing what they need to do for everyone. But then the other secondary question is, are you showing up for your people? And that's a much more important question. Now, once you have the answer to that first question, the second question is, are you consistent? And consistency doesn't matter what number one is mainly. Number two, if you're not consistent, nothing's gonna matter. You can start today, do for 3 days, just like a diet. And then if 3 weeks later you stop, it is over, right? Consistency is key to everything. So are you showing up and are you consistent? Very simple. I like to keep everything nice and simple. That way, well, it's easy to do. That's it.
Excellent. Well, that was our very first 90-second minute you guys ever lived. All right, Miss Vicki Williams. Come on, Tennessee, give it up for Vicki. Her smile is infectious. Love some Vicki. Her unique skill, I thought of, what's the best advice you give to a struggling broker or leader?
Yeah, I think if you're struggling, and not even just for brokers or leaders, but agents, right? Like, we all started as a licensed agent and ended up in leadership. But the best advice I would give you is don't isolate. If you are struggling, surround yourself with people who believe in you until you can believe in yourself. Surround yourself with people who can lift you up and who can support you. Isolation in this industry is, like, I think, the number one reason why people fail, because they internalize their struggles. And be transparent. Like, we all struggle. So be vulnerable, be transparent, get an accountability partner. And for brokers, especially, like, we carry a lot of weight on our shoulders. But we're not alone. There's 50 of us now doing this together or more. And so lean on your fellow brokers and your fellow leadership, and don't isolate.
Excellent.
Love it.
Love it. Next, we have Mr. Chuck Wells, and with his unique coaching style and ability, I thought the most important question would be, Chuck, how do you coach people to stop from burning out?
Well, I firmly believe that when we're burning out, we're not aligned. We're living another mission that's not our own. We're not powered by a big why. So first, it comes with alignment. Yet to get alignment, we must know who we are through authenticity and what chapter we are in life. You might be in alignment in your 20s and 30s and wake up in your 50s and you're not in alignment and you seek that alignment. So through alignment comes just that confidence, and credibility comes when we are in alignment. Credibility on the outside. So as brokers, as leaders, as agents leading your clients, that credibility. And then through credibility within our family of Epique comes the community, comes the culture, and everything else that we are so known for. So again, the way the way to not suffer burnout is to make sure you're in alignment. Find it, seek it.
Aligning your chakras. I like it.
Very good.
Excellent. Last but not least, Miss Katie Kingsley, you use the term muchness in your leadership style.
Yes, and if you've
Describe.
heard, Oklahoma knows what muchness is. We talk about it a lot. Chuck and I, and Chris definitely has some muchness. So if you'd like to know what that is, it was inspired from Alice in Wonderland, the Johnny Depp version, where Alice comes back and she's been through a little bit of life and she's forgotten her sole purpose, like what she was born for. And he says, you've lost your muchness. I believe yesterday our friend Simon called it the epic spark, like that thing that makes you different. And I fell in love with this part of Epique. What the founders have done, I don't know if you guys understand or can see a pattern of them like rooting for the underdog or the people that have never had an opportunity before. But it's okay to be in a room full of people like this and understand every single person has their own unique value add. That seems like too big of an idea, but not at Epique. And so I think muchness, when we're building our team, when Chris is casting this vision and going, the people that are here are not just here to wear a name tag or to talk on a panel. They're supposed to affect what I call Agent 1. That means somebody who just signed up for Epique. So how do you do that from what's called the top, right, the leadership role? They have to have a real lasting impact on the brokers and the brokers on their leadership team, and their leadership team be so impacted that they go all the way down to the brand new agent. They're doing the introduction call, right, when they get that email. That's what's supposed to happen, and so we're very particular about each of these people's muchness, their particular value add that all of them serve you with, not just the brokers. We're here we say, my name's Katie and I'm your friend. This is your team, Jay. Jay loves it when I make him say that phrase or sign an email with that. He's like, but he's on to it. These are your friends. These are your brokers' friends. Your brokers are human beings. They each have value adds, but I want you to hear how these people individually don't just serve the brokers, but how that impacts you as an agent too.
Awesome. Thank you. Katie inspires me so much. I was going to ask something else, but I think I'm going to go in reverse order, and we're going to start tweaking it and say, Chuck, what is your muchness?
Oh, I have a lot of muchness, I'll admit it. And there's two of us in our household that has a lot of muchness, so it just exudes from the windows and the door frames. I mean, yeah. Just right, see, example right there. My muchness, when I really think about it, I am very proud to say my muchness is my heart. My muchness is my deep level of caring, and my muchness is to see others win alongside me winning. And when I can show up every day in that way, magic happens for everyone. And when I think of the brokers, I'm the newest to this role as of about 4 weeks. And when I really think, like, what do I bring, thank you. When I really think, like, what do I bring? Yes, I can bring the methodology of working through tasks, helping form a case to take to the licensing entity when a complaint's been filed, things of that nature. Yes, I can do all that. Yet what I can bring is my energy. And I know every day in this role, I have to show up in the right energy, a high level of energy. And that doesn't mean loud. That doesn't mean, offensive in it. It's just sincere energy and cheering all of you along. Because when I can do that for your leaders and the brokers in your state, they then too can do that same thing. And I found myself in the last couple weeks helping with a couple T-shirt designs for the state T-shirts. That was one little item that, yes, I had 30 minutes that I could tackle that in the day, and the broker didn't on that particular time, but that meant the world to them for me to say, hey, let me handle that. And so it's that. It's locking arms. It's going through it day by day, and just being confident that it's okay to have the muchness, for sure.
That's right.
Well, that was much of an answer, that's for sure. We're going to treat this more like a text message. You only have 147 characters.
I go to 2 or 3.
Yeah. Vicky, what's your muchness?
So I think my muchness, and I think my Tennessee agents all can vouch for this, is I'm a mama bear. I want everything to go well, and I'm hyper responsive. So when my agents and now my brokers that I'm helping support reach out to me, I'm going to respond. I'm going to follow up. I may not be able to help, but I'll find somebody who can. And I'm very protective of my people. So for my states that I'm helping, I've got to know the brokers, and I've only been in this role also about 4 weeks. And I just want them to know, like, I've got your back. I'm your mama bear. Come to me and just let's get it done. So.
Now, Jay, other than much success in your longest real estate career, what is your other muchness that you bring?
So first, let me just say that I was kind of thinking and listening to everybody speak here. Muchness. So first of all, I think I've been at this for about 4.5 or maybe 20 years now at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, right?
My muchness is looking at every single broker, this entire team, every member in this team, every single agent that I've had the pleasure and being blessed to be able to connect with over the last couple of years, is looking to help you to find your muchness.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing to me. It has always been the most important thing to me.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's great muchness. Now, I definitely appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Everybody inspires. Thank you, brokers who are out there kicking butt, taking names. Thank you so much. You guys are doing great. I want to end this last but not least with the man who started it all, the myth, the legend, the person who has the vision.
And the good shoes.
And the great shoes. Hey, those are great shoes. Those are good. Those are great shoes.
Thank you.
And the Florida colors. Come on, give
Zoom
it up
in
for
on
the Florida
that.
colors. He's got it. Chris, would you please tell us a little more what you have going for the future for us?
I see this growing a lot further than what we are at. I think that our team this is the core team, right? We're working together, we're building this out. All good things take time to build. There is failure. Real life has failure. I know this better than anyone. And I think that Katie, what you said about being human, I think when you recognize when you fail, it's how you react to that, right? Are you failing? Simon T. Bailey said this yesterday too, and I'm just it's just coming back to me right now. It's not about when you fail. It's about how you deal with that situation. We're all going to fail at this. We're not perfect. And my vision for this is only to grow our team even bigger, to have more influence, to shape future careers. People don't ever, they'll remember how you made them feel. And I want every single person at this brokerage, my personal desire is for you to feel seen, to feel heard, to feel wanted. If you've ever felt disconnected from your brokerage, if you've ever felt alone, if you've ever felt like there was nobody in your corner, I want you to know that everybody here on the stage, Josh and Janice and Sam, we've got your back. We're here for you. We will never forget you. We'll never give up on you. If you need our help, we're here. This is bigger than us. We want everyone to be happy, and we really, truly care.
Now, with that being said, this is our broker support team. Give it a hand. Give it up. Let's go. Come on. All right. Thank you. Good job. Off to you. Let's go.
All right.
Ooh, I almost slid.
okay. Don't worry about it. It's on your clip. Yep. All right. Hello. Okay, I'm going to need y'all to sit down. Hey, no lollygagging in the back. So what's funny to me is that our production crew, they like to wait. And they said, let's wait until the agents calm down and stop talking. And my reply was, you don't know any agents, do you? They'll talk to the end of the day, and then they'll leave and just go talk somewhere else. So let me know, who was one of those people in school who got in trouble for talking during class? Then we all got our real estate licenses. This is great. I remember in second grade, my teacher had to separate me from the rest of the class, so she moved my desk to another side of the class. And then when that didn't work, she built a cardboard box around my desk where the only thing I could see was her. But what she didn't know is I also knew how to write notes and make paper airplanes. I was going to talk, damn it. I was going to talk. So to all my talking agents in the back, have a seat. We're going. This is official. We're ready to go. All right. So I wanted to talk to you guys about one of our coolest benefits. Have you guys heard of a company called Xiaomi? Yeah, Xiaomi's great. It really is kind of a new technology company, and it really is solving an actual problem. If you don't know what Xiaomi is a software in which, if you can't do a showing, you can find an agent to do a showing for you. Or if you want to make some extra cash, you're a new agent, and you want to do showings and get that experience, you can do showings for other agents and other brokerages. And it's great, and it's easy, and it's very fast. And I think, I've used Xiaomi. I've made money on Xiaomi. I've used Xiaomi to get listings shown. And Xiaomi has really grown up. And we've been talking with Josh, the other Josh, there's a lot of Joshes, the other Josh at Xiaomi, for a long time. And because we really love their platform. And they offer a lot more now than they used to when I was using it. And so we really wanted to know, how could we partner? What could we do? And so I want to introduce something that we have decided to do with Xiaomi. So all of our agents are about to get something really cool from Xiaomi. It is their Platinum Brokerage solution. So this is something that we are paying for you guys to have. What this is, the Platinum Brokerage solution gives us direct access to Xiaomi's platform via API. And what that means is that we are going to be able to sync directly with Xiaomi with Epique Cloud. And so, yeah. It gives us control to create tools, not just get tools from Xiaomi, right? So we could actually create tools that automate showings for you, that automate open house requests for you, to make it very easy for you to use Xiaomi in your own way, in an Epique way. And so, I'm very, very excited about this, because it means, because we're a tech company and we're a development company, we're going to be able to develop some really cool tools with Xiaomi that will take that to the next level. So you'll have, even though you're using Xiaomi and people at other brokerages using Xiaomi, you're going to have a different kind of access. So you're going to have access that only an Epique agent would have. And so it's a very unique partnership with Xiaomi. So I'm very, very excited. And they were very excited to build some new cool tools just for Epique. So that is something we're working on right now. So with Xiaomi Platinum, you're going to get a few different things. So there's a Platinum upgrade. We're going to have the Epique Cloud integration, automatic showing requests, also special requests. So these are things like not just open houses. That's considered a special request to Xiaomi. And that's not something you get with the free version of Xiaomi. Also things like appraiser scheduling having, so let's say the appraiser has to go there and somebody has to let them in. That's not something you could do in the free Shawami, but it is something you'll be able to do with Shawami Platinum. You'll also be able to have someone go meet an inspector. So you don't have time to go meet an inspector. Yeah. And open house coverage as well. These are all things not included. So if you are a real estate agent at any other brokerage, you don't have that included. That's not included with the free thing. It's not. So yeah, pretty cool, right? So that's the Platinum upgrade, and we're really, really excited about our partnership with Shawami. We'll have more and more details, but beyond that aspect of it, there's a few other things that you get as a Platinum agent. You're going to get expedited payouts. That is next day payouts, which is awesome. If you use Shawami in the past, you know sometimes take like a week or two to get paid. That's just kind of how they work, but you're going to get priority expedited payouts, which is awesome. You will even be able to set it up with a client dashboard where your clients can request that somebody do a showing. So you can let them know. You don't have to let them know, hey, this is going to be some random person or whatever. You can let them know that, hey, a member of my team will be able to show this. And they'll be able to they'll have a dashboard where they can actually schedule that themselves. So, and then you'll have, of course, the special requests and the open house coverage. This is something that if, for all of our agents, this is something, with as many agents we have, would cost $200,000 a year for us to, this is a $200,000 a year benefit for us offering it to all of our agents, but it costs all of you guys $0. So it's not going to cost anything. So. The cool thing about it is we're going to be able to launch this summer. We're going to be able to launch this version of Shawami, the Platinum version, but because of the API integration, we're going to be able to just continually evolve it and build on it, and it's just going to get better and better and better. It's not a one-time kind of thing. So, yeah. All right, so that's Shawami. I hope you guys are excited about it. It's an amazing tool that's just going to get better, especially as we get deeper with the integration. Yeah, whoop whoop. So, I think we need more cowbell, for sure. More cowbell. All right, so at our last event, shareholders, we talked about a new platform. We talked about Creator. Do you guys remember us talking about Creator? Creator is just a really awesome tool. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to turn pictures into videos using artificial intelligence, so using AI, using Epique AI. So we talked a little bit about it, and I want to tell you guys a little bit about kind of how it works. This is an example. These are all pictures, only pictures from Boulevard. This is the video. That fire is fake. Everything in here has been created by AI. This is just from the listing photos. Yeah. Look at that. So not only will you get your listing photos, you'll be able to create from those photos a video. You don't need a videographer to come out. You don't need to pull out your iPhone and start running through the rooms. This is all created from just the listing photos that you're already getting provided. So, yeah. This is another example. I have the music turned off for this one, but look at this. Tell me you would clock this as AI. This looks like professional videography, right? This looks like something that you would have paid, maybe $1,000 for, to have a videographer come out to film it, to edit it, to put it together. And it comes with the music. It comes with the beginning. It has the address. It comes with the end cap that has your information on it, so it's immediately shareable on your social media. Yeah. There are other companies that offer this tool. This is our Epique AI in-house, right? So there are other companies that offer this tool, and the cheapest we could find was $120 a month. That's the cheapest that we could find. Not the most expensive, the cheapest we could find. It would cost you $120 a month to get, and $0. Yeah. Now, what's super cool about it is it's a cool thing, right? You're like, great, I can't wait to make these videos. I'm going to upload these pictures that I get from Epic Photos, and I just can't wait to do it. And I don't know when it's available. When's it coming out? Oh, it's available today. Now, being able to make these videos is very exciting. But what if I were to tell you that it was just done automatically for you? And you don't have to do anything at all. And it'll be on every single home that you sell. Yep. It is, whenever you get your link for your pictures, after your pictures are done, the listing photography comes out, you have all your pictures you can download, your video will be right there waiting for you. Just download it. You're good. Yeah. Isn't that awesome? We like to make things easy for everybody. I'm all about making things easy. So those are a few of the, that's kind of the tech stuff that I wanted to talk about. Another thing we've been really talking about a lot, we've been asked this question since the very beginning about this one specific thing. And it is agents who want to move over to Epic. Sometimes there are things standing in your way, like you have a listing or something. But other times we have people, very productive people, we want to join, and they're saying, look, I don't want to, I can't move right now. I just capped at my brokerage. Like I have like 8 months left. Like I'm going to wait it out, you know? And we decided that maybe we should just go ahead and offer cap deferment. Maybe we should. Not that we need an incentive to like join right away. We had like 600% growth last year. But we thought cap deferment was a great thing for our agents, people who want to join, and our agents here who are trying to do agent attraction and finding it hard to recruit productive agents who may have capped, right? And then they end up just waiting, and that's never a great scenario for just kind of wait around for someone to have capped. And we were never against this idea. It really was a logistical thing. And so we kind of worked through a lot of that, and we're ready to kind of do it. So the cool thing about it with cap deferment, if you don't know, that's where somebody who's capped somewhere else can come here and stay capped and start at 100%, which is awesome. The follow-up question I usually get about this is like, well, what if I'm like half capped? Like, what if I'm like 3/4 capped, you know? Well, I was only $50 away, you know, that kind of stuff. So the question is, that's called a partial cap. Will we be offering that? The answer is, of course, yes. Yeah. So if somebody's halfway into their cap, they'll be that much into our cap, which is cool. So, yeah. And that is going to be available this fall. So it's happening this year, which is great. So yeah, I'm really excited about these 3 things we just talked about, and cap deferment is one of them. Thank you guys so much. All right.
All right. Good morning, Epic. My name is Sean Soderstrom. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Corded. And I'm really excited to be here today with 700 of the most ambitious and forward-thinking agents in the country. When I first met Josh, he wasn't talking to me about commission splits or CRMs. He started building this vision of a company that was more agent-centric than anything else out there. A company that would offer benefits that no other brokerage would even think of offering. And you know, as I started to understand the vision for Epic, I realized it wasn't just about better tools. It wasn't even just about better support, but it was about a whole new level of empowerment. Driven by data, powered by intelligence, and built for growth. And today, we're taking that vision even further. Because starting right now, your competitive edge just got supercharged. So it gives me great pleasure to announce right now Corded's first-of-a-kind partnership with any brokerage, and we're doing that with Epique. We're bringing Corded platform to every agent in the company. And I'm super excited, and I really commend Josh and the rest of the board for thinking in a very forward-thinking way about this. So before we get into Corded, let's just quickly talk about where we are, and I'm not going to spend a long time on this. As you all know, home sales are down. In many markets, pricing is also dropping in certain areas. The Federal Reserve told us that they would drop rates last year, and then they told us again that they would drop rates this year. I think if any of us are sitting around hoping for the 3% rates that we enjoyed just a few years ago, we're probably never going to happen. And so that's kind of the state of the market. You only need to go to HousingWire or Inman.com to understand lawsuits between portals and brokerages, between brokerages and other brokerages, between the Justice Department and the NAR, right? So there's a lot of change happening in this industry right now. But here's the truth. The agents who are winning today are not necessarily working harder, they're working smarter. And working smarter means access to data, AI, and insights. That aligns exactly with the vision of what Josh was telling me about when we first met. And until now, many of those most powerful tools were reserved for the White Tower, for the executive teams at some of the largest brokerages in the country. But now, starting today, you have access to that same power. Okay, so what is Corded? Corded is hopefully going to become your new best friend for 3 things that fuel growth: agent attraction, market intelligence, and retention. So if you're looking to build your team, we'll show you who's going to switch brokerages. If that sounds too good to be true, it almost is. We have proprietary predictive algorithms that look at all of the market activity for every agent in the country for the last 2 decades, including all of you, and we can predict 4 out of 5 accurately before they leave their company with 12 months notice. This is going to be very, very helpful in terms of figuring out how you can protect your time and only focus on the agents who are more susceptible to joining the company right now. You can also filter very specifically for who you've worked with most recently, who's projected to grow their business, and who's usually busy but starting to slow down. If you're looking to attract agents to Epique, but you find yourself saying the same thing over and over again, you can use Compose AI. Compose AI is our proprietary generative AI tool that will create the right email, phone call script, or text message for the right agent at the right time. Attraction should be more about building relationships with a person than about talking to every prospect in the exact same way. And you only need to look to your own recruiting experience in your career to know that that's important. Are you looking to dominate a zip code? You'll see exactly where agents are gaining or losing momentum. If, unfortunately, there's an agent from Redfin in your market who's going around to buyers and saying, we'll offer the buyer's agent commission for free if you use the Rocket Mortgage product, I would argue it's critical to understand days on market, absorption rate, months of inventory, and know it like the back of your hand so you can prove your value on the buy side. If you're looking to win listings and defend your commission rate, Corded will show you how your numbers stack up versus your competitors. Let's take an example of a competitive listing situation in which the other agent that they're interviewing has a little bit more experience than you. That's tough. You could just stop there and assume you're going to lose it. But if you happen to have a higher close to list price ratio than that agent and a shorter days on market, and you can prove that to the seller, that's great argumentation as to what you're worth and what your commission is worth should they choose to work with you. I also recommend considering reverse prospecting. This is where you can actually look and find the agents who are most likely to be representing the buyers for your corresponding listing. It's a really interesting tactic of how to invite people to events, to open houses, and deliver that personal touch. Also, just walking into a listing presentation saying, here are the 150 agents that I am going to make it a point that they come to this house. That's a really nice way to kind of stand out from the competition. If you're leading a team or trying to stay in touch with agents that you've already attracted to Epique, which I think is a very good idea, Corded will alert you to everything that's happening in their business in real time. These are actually Epique agents on the screen here, including all of their real estate activity, what milestones are occurring in their business, and specifically what's notable about what's happened in their business recently. That could be they just had the highest listing of their career. That could be they have their first closing in a new zip code. Those things are really important in your life, but it's kind of hard to know that it's happening in everyone else's life. So we kind of do that for you. And you probably know that you're supposed to celebrate folks, but you may not have the time to do that as quickly as possible. I often use the analogy where I remember the person who wishes me first on my birthday, and I don't pay as much attention to the person who said, I heard it was your birthday 2 months ago, happy belated, right? So we want to kind of get in that spirit of being the first to celebrate if we can. That's great for attraction. It's great for making people feel seen internally as well. We'll actually go ahead and spot risk early within your organization or within your team so that you can intervene before it's too late. Ladies and gentlemen, I would argue, and I'm very biased, that this is your new real estate operating system. It isn't just about analytics, it's about actionable insight that powers your next move. So the next question, does it work? Let me give you 3 numbers. On average, we have a 20 times return on investment. Now that number is going to be a lot higher for you when you hear about the pricing. A 6 to 9% conversion rate. So that means of reaching out to 100 people for the first time, 6 to 9 actually join your organization. That's leaps and bounds higher than what typically happens in the industry. And most of our users, well, on average, they save more than 10 hours per week. I think that's one of the most important parts because we're all pressed for time and we have to find ways to create efficiency in our business, in addition to some of the other great products that Josh just took us through. So I spent my career trying to help agents and brokerages grow, first at McKinsey and then leading expansion and growth for Compass in the early years of that company. And I built Corded to help give agents something that I never had access to, which was a smarter, faster, and more data-driven way to grow. We've been lucky that we've also been recognized by some folks in the industry, including winning Inman's Innovator of the Year award for some of the work that we're doing. And that's what all of you now have access to. Josh looking very suave in the photo here. He said it best. We believe agents deserve every advantage to succeed. Corded gives our people, all of you, with the data, insights, and reach to grow smarter and faster. This partnership, as I see it, is not just about tools, it's about unlocking your potential and a commitment from the company to support your growth. So here's what you need to know now. You now have access to the same intelligence that is typically used by some of the most powerful executives in the industry. The only difference is you're not paying $15,000 a month. Instead, if you sign up today using the QR code that's coming on the next slide, your first month is free, so you can test it out, and then it's $49 a month. And I will say, The reason for this pricing is because Josh and team are hugely subsidizing your access to the platform. So again, hats off to Epic for being the only company in the industry willing to do that. So I'm going to pull up the QR code. I encourage you to test it out. Please input your information and you'll get access. Let me close with this. You're not just agents. You're business owners, team leaders, market makers. And now you have access to the data and intelligence to grow like you never had before. So go recruit that next rock star, win that next listing, build your brand, build your team. Let's grow something epic. Thank you.
Everybody does the "is this on" thing. Okay, it's on. Hi, everyone. My name is DM Tryon. I am the director of the Teams division, and I hope that everyone. Oh, you guys don't have to squeeze together. I'll stand. Oh, yeah, because that looks weird. Like, sorry, we're really close in teams. Anyways, I lead the Teams division, and I want to thank the founders for giving me the opportunity to lead the Teams division because it truly is a passion. Are you coming up? I feel special. What's happening? Oh, my hair, my mic? Oh. Okay, thank you. All right, I don't do this all the time, so. Anyways, I have a passion for supporting teams and brokerages that are making the decision to, did I mess it up again? I'm good, okay. Is it good? Okay. Anyway, starting over. I'm with the Teams division, and I have a passion for supporting teams and brokerages as they make the decision from possibly closing down their brokerage and maybe becoming a team and migrating to our brokerage, or maybe moving from their brokerage to ours. But today I want to do something a little bit different as far as what I'm discussing with this amazing panel that I'm happy to have on here. I want to have a panel that talks about what it looks like from their point of view on a lot of the questions that I receive from agents that are either considering creating a team with Epic. Maybe they're already a team leader now and they want to understand how to grow. Just a lot of the questions. So I'm just going to jump right into it and hopefully you'll get a lot of insight. So my first question, and as you answer, we'll just go down the line and we'll start that way. Just share your name and your team name and where you're based out of. But my first question is going to be real simple. Why did you decide to form a team?
Billy Weber. I'm located in Wisconsin. Got Fit Real Estate Group. Don't have much of a voice left, so I apologize. But recently I then went out on a new venture. In addition to that, we built workhorse land development. The reason that I went out and started a team to begin with was simply that in order to scale what we wanted to do, we had to have a team. And it was very apparent that I can't do everything. If anybody knows me personally, you'll know real quick, I can't do a lot. So it was very helpful for me to bring in some good people.
I'm Brooke Brody. I'm out of Carmel, Indiana, and I run the Domi agency. Love you. I started a team. I feel like it's really loud. So just a lot like Epic, we have this traditional brokerage, and like we're the managing broker, the franchise owner. They're the only one that makes money. And I saw a lot of teams. I thought I just wanted to do something different. So I see teams can be a lot of short-term relationships, and I was looking for, and then only the team leader makes money. So I am a very different team leader, and I wanted to kind of spread that growth to make a win-win for everyone and be able to lift them up. And so it was really an inequality that I saw in the industry and wanted to do something different, and I did it for the agents. So.
Well, what's up, guys? I'm Robert Bean. I run R&R Home Team along with my co-team leader, Chris Raines. He's somewhere in there. I saw the hand. And why we chose Epic was, for me personally, I'm imperfect. I don't have all the answers. But the agents on the team look to me to have all the answers. And I say, well, man, I see what Josh is doing. Shout out to Chris who exposed me to Epic. And I said, well, Josh is helping me solve a lot of these problems to where if I drop the ball, maybe Epic can help pick it up so I'm not letting down the agents. So honestly, for me, that was the big reason why, was just to actually have a brokerage that helped me run a team for once.
I'm Robert Henry. Along with my wife, Cambria, we own a couple of brokerages in Washington and Idaho. And initially that started out as a team several years ago. And the reason that we started a team was really kind of different. Cambria and I both met in a leadership development course that was training us to be professional coaches. And we both developed a passion for actually lifting people and helping people grow. And as we were kind of going through that process, I was already in real estate, she joined me in real estate, and we saw an opportunity where a lot of people have a desire to help others. Real estate agents get into the business with a desire to help others, and then they just feel kind of lost and overwhelmed. And for us, we felt a passion ignited, like this is the perfect industry to actually use a vehicle called real estate and the business of real estate, which is very challenging. 90% of people leave the business within 3 years. This would be a great vehicle to actually help people grow, not just in their career, but in their personal life, their financial life, and help them become and live into everything that they could be.
Yeah, absolutely. I also thought that it was like, you take your 90 hours, right? And then you have no idea what to do after that. I showed up to show my first house without an appointment, didn't even know how to use my key. Like, we wanted to create something where agents could come and learn how not to just buy and sell homes, but how to be a really great agent.
Some of the other questions I receive are for those team leaders that maybe are a little newer or maybe considering starting a team, or maybe they don't have the confidence. I hear, well, as a team leader, what do I get being a team leader? Like, why should I do this? I feel like I want to, but I feel like, should I get something from being a team leader? We'll start with you, Cambria.
I get a lot of sleepless nights and heartache. Does that count? No. I think that if that's your outlook, it maybe isn't something that you should do. You get the joy of helping people and watching them grow. We don't, as a team leader, a lot of times the financial burden is on you to help these people grow their career, and whether they're successful or not, you have to keep providing. And so I think that it has to be a passion and a joy that you have to do it.
Our lender talked us into starting a brokerage. And when we were considering that, and really it started as starting a team and then it led to growing a brokerage, I went out and talked to as many broker owners and team leaders in our market that I possibly could. And I asked them, what made you start a team? What made you start a brokerage? And 95% of their answers were, well, I didn't want to work for somebody else. I wanted to retain more of my commissions. I wanted to make a little cut off of what everybody else was doing. And for us, that just ignited a fire within us, because that was not why we were pursuing starting a team. Cambria mentioned that it's a lot of sleepless nights. A lot of agents that join a team are joining a team because they're looking for structure, they're looking for guidance, they're looking for accountability, they're looking for lead opportunities. And that's great, because those are things that we can provide. The challenge is that in the industry, the attrition level in the industry for teams is about 3 years. Meaning in about 3 years, they're going to move on. They're going to move on to greener pastures. In our organization, what we typically see is that when an agent reaches sort of the apex of their natural skills and ability, and it's time to now really dig deep and develop and grow themselves, they face one of two choices. Either they dig deep and they sort of do the wobbly, uncomfortable things to learn how to grow past their current set of barriers, or they look for greener pastures. So how that relates to a team is that, the typical team sees about 30% attrition after about 3 years, which means you've spent 18 months or so investing in their growth, oftentimes for us at a loss. And then you've got this 12-month window where you're actually starting to kind of finally recoup some of your gains. And then another brokerage offers them a sexier split or more leads or more opportunities or what have you, and they leave, right? So why do I bring this up? Because it can be soul crushing. And if you're someone, which by the way, I'm very passionate about, if you're gonna go into leading a team, do it because you wanna see the difference you can make in others. Don't do it for the financial gain. Don't do it because you think you're getting yourself leverage. Don't do it for any other reason than you just have, like for some people, have you ever noticed that the people who are best in real estate are the people who get in and they're just driven, they lose sleep over at night over helping their clients. And if you're that kind of person, and then you've developed some skills, you've developed some techniques, you've developed some strategies, you've developed some infrastructure, and you're now going, I want to help other agents do this, that's a good green light for moving forward with developing a team. That has to be sort of your ROI, your return on investment, is the satisfaction and the significance that you feel out of helping others succeed. And ironically, if you can do that, if you can really lead from there, like, Epique was one of the reasons we joined Epique, is that we saw that from leadership at the top, that they were really there to help people grow. If you can do that, an ironic thing happens, which is your retention levels go up, and you now can actually start recouping some of the investment that you make in your people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that passion. Love that passion. That was awesome. So what do you get out of it as a team leader? So for me, I've actually ran mega teams. I've had small teams. My favorite team that I run is the one I have now. And what I get out of it is I started a team because real estate is ministry to me. That's my ministry. It's a vessel that God gave me to impact other people's lives. And I had a very successful first year. I had a very successful second year. But I was limited on the impact that I could make in people's lives. And I said, well, what if I just teach other agents to go out and change their communities? And I will say this with full confidence. I think there are very few industries where a single agent can have more impact on a community than real estate. I've been in so many, and it's just incredible. And so that's why I started the first team. I knew, I talked to all the team leaders. I knew that, one, the money's not what you think it is. And the freedom's not what you think it is. But if you do it with the right heart, I mean, you said it so well, like the impact is 10, 20, 30 times fold what you could ever do for yourself. And so that's why I have a team.
I agree that if you have the mentality, what do I get out of it? And I'm sure DM stops the conversation there. Like, you should not be a team leader. But at the end of the day, it has to be a win-win situation. So you have to create a value prop. You have to be authentic. There's not, you can hear it from, we care so much. And if you're not authentic though, you can't have the same plan as any of us. I met David last night out of Denver, and he's gonna start a team, and he's amazing. Oh my gosh, servant leader. I'm trying to protect him already. But we care so much, and you can't make agents care. And that, it's heartbreaking at times. You have to have thick skin as a team leader. But at the end of the day, it does need to be a win-win. So you just have to really create that value prop, be consistent with it. Oh my gosh, the biggest thing is when you have a team and you have 18 different splits for your team members, and don't ever do that, please. But really, you have to do it from your heart, and you have to have a bigger reason than, what do I get out of it?
For me, my background was different businesses before I got in real estate. And when I got into real estate, the one thing that I saw that frustrated me the most was all the failure rate that we saw, and so many people not being educated and helped through the process. And that's when I started the first team, which was thinking that that was my best value prop to the industry, was to come in and teach other agents how to do business versus how to sell real estate. And so I put together back-end system that actually shares EOS, which I know Brooke is very familiar with. Any of you that have not read Gino Wickman's book, Traction, I'd encourage you to. That particular book has taken companies over well, I'm getting older, so a few of them now have gotten to the point where, from a scaling standpoint, the first time I incorporated it, it gave my company a 3x boost in 1 year, which was a big deal because we had already plateaued, we had grown. So putting the right infrastructure in place, being able to help agents and hold their hand in terms of, not the real estate piece, but the actual business piece. I felt like that was lacking. And so many salespeople are not business people. I've met some incredible sales people in the real estate market that weren't doing nearly the capacity that they could have. And that was, I think, the biggest reason that I wanted to find and get into it.
The business, for sure. All right, thank you so much. We're running down on time, so I'm going to combine a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you, maybe kind of zoom through these. So I'm going to squish them together. So some of the things that I hear, not only from agents that are just here, anywhere, team leaders, our area leaders, our brokers, our leadership, the questions I get often are, how is it possible that a team leader is still selling and yet leading their team? And I know you've been talking about value propositions and things like that. So how can you balance that, and how is that still adding value for the team member? Like, why would they give you commission if it almost seems like you're competing with your team members, if that makes sense? You want to start with Cambria?
Oh, sure. So for the most part, I am not in production. I will take clients every once in a while more to find the holes in our systems versus just to take on as many clients as I can. If I have somebody that wants to work with me, a lot of times I'm grabbing a new agent and saying, okay, come learn, and then we work on it together, and they still receive full commission for that.
Oh, wow, nice.
It's very challenging. It can be done. We had one of our top agents had 5 kids. Her husband and she also had a company, and she was one of our top agents, did 55 to 60 transactions a year. So is it possible? Yes, it's possible. And someone, and it's also necessary for us, to the point that we got to about 15 agents, just the sheer number of concerns and questions and needs from our agents predicated that we moved out of production. And that was our choice. But I'll tell you, from 15 to about 25 agents was then highly unprofitable. And that's the big challenge that a lot of team leaders have is they might be in production and team members might feel like they're competing. Here's the reality. That production is subsidizing the ability to provide leads and guidance and opportunities to the team members. And so it's not like the team leader is just raking home volumes of cash. It's a lot of times they got to do what they've got to do in order to keep the team structure financially viable.
I'm not really in production, but my co-team leader, Chris, is. He's actually one of the top agents in all of Tennessee. And so we actually, it's kind of we cover both sides. It's part of why we run the team together, is he's basically out there in the field. And then I'm taking care of a lot of the admin. So I don't really know how to answer the question, because
Well,
it's like we cover both sides of it.
It obviously works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great.
I do not actively sell. I have a large team, and part of my value prop is to be there for my agents, to remove their obstacles so that they can be out listing, selling, and prospecting. And to do that, I try to get back to them as quickly as I can, to take what I can off their plate to get them out there. So yeah.
There's a great point down here, the production part. So I was the opposite, right? So I spent my time in production while I was doing mine for much of the team, much of the years with the Fit Real Estate team. And I had to hit one listing every week. I had 52 listings a year is kind of the numbers that I was hitting for me personally while we were running the team. And I exhausted myself. And to your point, until I was able to back off and let other people take that over, I was taking away from them. And ultimately it was hurting them. But again, it felt like a need, because to subsidize for the team as you grow quick, there had to be money coming in the door. So there's a constant battle as a team leader to find that balance.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So this will be my last wrap-up question. I just wanted to share that I'm going to ask them to share their team size and their production. I wanted to just really focus on their answers, but I picked a spectrum of team leaders and team sizes just so you can hear their perspective. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Last question. Go ahead and share with us your units and volume, your team size, and then also what was your key hire, because I get that question a lot. I'm going to start a team. Who should I partner with? What was your first key hire as a team leader?
I'll let you take the numbers and the production.
We'll do, in the last 12 months, we've done 380 million. We have 46 agents.
And you're based out of Washington, but?
We're in Washington and Idaho.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
As far as their key hire, our office admin, we lovingly call her our babysitter, was definitely our first key hire. We hired her before we hired our first agent.
Right around 50 million volume, and then we average, I think, like 8 to 10 agents usually. We graduate agents from the team, so I'm like a really weird team. We're like trying to get them off the team as quickly as possible.
I actually talk about your team. I say there's a team out there that graduates as agents.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like when an agent leaves the team, I'm like, hey, they're graduating from the team. Like I put it in the emails to you. I'm like, team graduation, insert their name. So yeah, first key hire. I think it was a VA, Chris, I think, right? VA? I see you nodding your head. Okay, good. Yeah, it was a VA for sure. The admin work is just overwhelming.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great, thanks.
We transitioned over last year, but right before we transitioned over, we did just over 1,000 transactions in the 12 months previously. And my first, I have 88 agents right now.
I'm sorry,
super excited about the cap deferment. I'm going to have
88?
at least 4 more by the end of the week. Thank you, DM. I will say, I want to give a shout out to DM. Thank you so much. She is the reason that I am here, and I am not kidding you. I also want to give a shout out to Samantha because she was here before DM, and Samantha, oh my gosh, love you. She's behind the scenes. You guys don't even know who she is, but she is the heart of this company, and I adore her. And she was doing DM's job and so many other jobs before DM came in. But I will tell you right now, Chris, Josh, Janice, I would not be here without her. And any team leader wanting to come in, and again, it's her passion and her caring. And thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you. Thank all of you.
My first key hire was an admin focused on the marketing and social media, because that's what a lot of agents need right now. But support is number one.
So for me, if any of you have met Jen Rognes, she is absolutely amazing. She unfortunately had to leave last night. I'm also in a transition, so Jen Rognes was my first big hire or main hire that is now taking over our real estate team and has been doing so over the course of the last year. I've transitioned into the development space, and because of the talent that she's been able to bring, it allowed me to do that. And then the other side for me is I need an admin, a really good one. I'm a squirrel, so that's always the most important key in my businesses, and right now Beth is out here. I couldn't be here or do any of my businesses without that, so thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much. I hope you gleaned a little bit of insight on teams, and I hope you continue to have a great rest of your day.
My goodness. Hello.
How y'all doing,
Give me
Epic?
some energy. That's what we love.
How incredible was that? Like, how fun has this been? I want to give you guys a huge, give yourselves a shout out. It's always good when you see people working on their business, not just in their business. That's one of the things we're going to hear to talk to you guys about. So, after you.
We've had a great 2 days here. It truly has been epic, and we are so excited to share some great things with you. My name is Michelle Loker. I am a National Sales Director with America's Preferred Home Warranty. How many got up this morning and just said, oh my God, I love warranty? Show of hands. Yeah. Right?
No one ever.
We're going to share with you a few things. Honestly, you're going to be saying that.
Yeah, so I'm Matt McQuarrie. I'm also a National Director of Sales. We're specifically based to help you grow your business, help your clients. And I think that's one of the most integral things you guys are here for, having a customer experience that makes them want to come back to you. It's a wonderful thing. We're based in Jackson, Michigan. We're 49 states of the union. California people, I apologize. We've been trying for 6 years. We're still fighting the fight. It will happen. But yeah, I know, you obviously live there. So one of the things that you will find that we're most known for, we don't have any contractors, guys. Your homeowner picks their own person every single time.
Yep. You use your own people. You let your clients choose who they're comfortable with. We all know that our business is based off relationships, right? So that's what we thought of too, is we're allowing your clients, you using that circle that you know and trust for warranty work. Makes it so much better. And I'm a 30-year licensee too, so I understand it.
Yeah. So we also cover you guys legally. If a warranty is offered or it is taken out by your client and something happens and you're named in a lawsuit post-closing, we cover you guys legally. Up to 100% of a $5,000 deductible. So it's a good way to CYA, cover your assets, right?
A couple other pieces that we share. Our biggest goal though, I mean, anyone can sell warranty, quite honestly, right? You can find warranties out there. Our biggest differential for us is we are here to focus on you. We're here to focus on your business, to promote your business, to get you more referrals, to make your transactions easier, to make your clients' lives easier. That's what it's about for us. Warranty, that's just kind of the thing that comes with it. But we're here to help you, and that is our primary focus.
One of the things I've been most impressed about this PowerCon is hearing all of the things that your leadership team has done for you. It's a really incredible company. I mean, it truly is all of the things that they do for you, right? So give them a hand. That's pretty amazing. They're bringing in new stuff every day. Yeah. So like that, one of the things we're trying to do is branch out and make your lives easier and find different ways for you to help clients, right? So we have a brand new construction program. It's going to make up about 30% of the business this year.
Yep.
Get your unfair share of that, right? So we have products that'll help you land builders because they're unique and new to the industry. So please come over and talk to us. New construction in your state, please come over and say hello. We don't really bite. That's only in the first day. So she'll tell you about Espanol.
You do bite.
Okay, I do bite occasionally.
You do.
You're right, correct.
She kind of does. We just launched our APHW in Espanol. We have Felix here with us, who is our National Sales Director, also for our Spanish division. Felix, where are you? I know you're around here. So there he is. There's Felix.
Buenos dias.
He's fantastic. But anything that we do on the English side of it, we do on the Spanish side of it as well. So we love to get involved with that. We are available 24/7, 365 in Espanol as well. We have marketing and collateral materials in Espanol for that. And we recognize it's a huge piece of our market out there, right? And so we've really recognized that, and we'd like to dovetail and work with those agents and brokers that are focusing highly on that Espanol market. So we're very excited about it. It's about 6, 8 months new with us, and it's just been so very successful. So take advantage of that.
It's not only Espanol, right? We have translators at our call center, which is in Jackson, Michigan. So any language your clients speak, they can call in and speak with someone that's fluent in that language. So I want you guys to understand that as well. There are total different nationalities around the country, so I don't want you to think yours are excluded. One thing we want you guys to truly understand is warranty's sort of fallen out of favor. I'm not going to fib about it. We all know this. But life is hard right now, right? Budgets are tight. When someone closes on a house, that is their experience. We're amazing at this. We take incredible care of them. We've actually rebranded and created some new programs that will totally take us off your plate. And it's something brand new to the industry. Come talk to us about it. You will love it. It's one of those situations where you can almost, well, it's not almost, you can click a button and have a warm handoff that we take care of you and love in your client and help them out throughout, not just the first month, but the first year, but 5 years, and keep you always in front so they know that you work on referrals. Wouldn't it be awesome if a partner helped you get money when you didn't have to do anything? Is that pretty good? Would that be interesting to you? Would that fit nicely in your purse? I think it might, right? I like easy, so if you could, we would love for you to pop back. We're all the way back there in that dark corner. We'd love for you to pop by and say hello. We are so excited to be here. This is our very first PowerCon, so please do not hesitate to come back there and say hello to us. We're pretty friendly occasionally, so appreciate all the time, and thank you guys so much, Epique.
Thank you for having us. Hope to talk with y'all.
Hello. You guys know when I come up here, it's Christmas. And yes, this is Jack Daniels. Thank you. I was really thirsty. Okay, so these presentations from our partners are super important. Our partners are how we scale our benefits, right? And I absolutely loved Sean's presentation recorded. You guys love that? That was crazy. It's awesome. Our warranty partners, all of our partners are here. I really would encourage you guys to visit their booths and to get to know them, because we don't take partnerships lightly at Epique. We get pitched every single day to have a partnership, and we turn down, like I would say 99% of the people who reach out to me. We tell them no thanks, or we meet with them, we say not great for our agents. So the ones that we have created partnerships with are, in our vision, the best we could offer. So I really would like you guys to spend some time with some of our people who are here, who have booths, people who are spending their money to inside Epique to help us help you. So this is great. All right. So there's a few things I want to talk about. One of them is something we talked about. I was just saying, we talked about this 3 years ago. And it was something we wanted to do, but we couldn't do, and we didn't know how to make it work. But the reason we talked about it early is because we recognized early on that our fastest group of agents joining our company is from brokerages. It's not individual agents at another cloud brokerage, like a lot of people assume. It's actually brokerages. It's why we have so many teams here. A lot of these teams, like you saw Robert and Cambria up here, had their own brokerage. And they became a team at Epique. And so that is these brokerages and big teams, they grow these amazing brands locally in their communities. And they really make a name for themselves over years and years and years. And so it's hard to transition from your brokerage to someone else's brokerage, change your name in your community, and lose that. And so we are actually introducing something new. This is our white label program inside of Epique. This is going to help you if you're talking to other brokerages or even large teams who have made a name for themselves, their community. The white label program is for them. So here's what the white label program does. It is going to be if you're a brokerage or a big team, it's going to be your brand, but it's going to be Epique support. At Epique, if you're part of the white label program, there will be no Epique branding required on any signs, on any marketing material. But you'll still have everything on the back end. So you'll still have all the benefits. You'll still have the support team. You'll still have your area leader. You'll still have everybody, but you won't have to change your signage. You won't have to become a different company. You can stay as your company and stay as your brand and be associated with Epique, which I think is going to be huge. It's basically a brokerage inside of a brokerage, right? That's what it's gonna feel like. And the only people who will really know are you. It's you. You and your agents will know. So it gives you that opportunity to, if you're doing agent attraction, people say, oh, I'm going to talk to people over here. I'm going to talk to people at this brokerage. I'm going to talk to these kind of groups of people, really you should be talking to is brokerages. 56% of agents are at an independently owned single location brokerage. You really should be talking to these independent brokerages. That really is our biggest growth segment. And you know what I found when talking to brokerages? They get it already. When you're talking to an individual agent, they're not necessarily always thinking long term. They're thinking about their next deal, the next commission check. They're not thinking long term. They're also not necessarily, and I heard Billy say it, that he knows a lot of great salespeople who don't know a lot about business. You know who does? Brokerage owners. They understand that there's a risk involved. They took a risk starting their brokerage, so they're not risk averse. They're not afraid to make a decision to make a big change. That's how they got their company. They took a risk. And so you don't have to explain to them a risk. I would encourage you, this is another tool in your tool belt if you're looking to do agent attraction, to be able to talk to brokerage owners, independent brokerage owners, or even just large teams who are thinking about starting their own brokerage. I know when we opened Indiana, we opened it with a large team, very productive team. That's the Graham team. That's Justin and Sarah Graham in Indiana. And yeah, give it up for them. They're awesome. And they were either going to join Epique or they said start their own brokerage. That was their plan. And that happens with a lot of big productive teams, is they want more control, and they've built their own brand in their own community, and they want to hold on to that. And so tools like this will be able to attract more Justin and Sarah Grahams into our company, and be able to get those amazing brokerages and those amazing teams and give them more support. The brokerages that have joined us is how we opened up Washington State with Carl and Diane. That's how we opened up, that's how we opened up our very first expansion state, Nevada, with Cesar Tobar and his group. Yeah, Cesar, what? And these people rolled, I think Carl was 35 years or something as their own independent brokerage. Nevada was, a couple dozen years as well. And they believed in the Epique vision, but they said a few things. One of them, they said, we can't compete with that. We're an independent brokerage. We're just one location. And I get that. Well, you have to scale pretty fast, or you're just not going to be able to scale at all. I mean, it really is difficult. And Chris got up here when they said about scaling, almost had a panic attack. But it allows them to scale instantly and not have to compete with a model like ours. It allows them to kind of get in our model and to make money through revenue share, and as a team leader, and to be a nationwide team just kind of overnight. So it really is a great solution for brokerages. And so I'm really excited about the Epique White Label program. It's awesome. All right. That is available this year. So we'll roll it out. We'll let you guys know, but it'll be available this year. What is going on? People in the back. Y'all got loud carts, slamming stuff. Cool it. You hear me? Jill, can you go? Jill's good at yelling at people. Jill, go yell at people. You're up. All right. I get some WD-40 on them carts for the people. Okay, thanks. All right. I want to talk about something I get asked about every single day, and that is about Epique IPO. I get asked about this a lot. This is about us going public. IPO is initial public offering. And I'm calling it IPO, but I want to let you guys know it's a little different. So there are some nuances when a company goes public. And what we're going to be doing is called a reverse merger or a reverse IPO. So it's a little different than just doing a straight up just IPO. Regular IPO is a little complicated. It's not what it used to be. There are easier ways to go public now that are actually better for everyone involved. And companies, if you don't know the intricacies, you've probably seen it and don't realize it. Companies like Burger King did a reverse IPO. That's how they went public. eXp Realty went public that way. And so there's a lot of companies out there that did the way we're going to do it. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about what that's going to look like. So our IPO, people ask me, when's it going to happen? Or sometimes if they haven't heard of us, they just joined, they'll say, are you guys going to do it? I'm like, yeah, we've been talking about it since like day one, that we want to be a publicly traded company. We don't want to do like other brokerages done and just sell half our company to some, investor or financial company or holding company from another country. We want our agents to own the place. That's what we want. We want to give equity back to our agents. We want to be an agent-owned company. And we want to be able for them to get cash from their shares. And so when are we planning on doing this? In 2026, next year. We're already planning for next year. I want to let you guys know that unfortunately one of our guests couldn't be here, but we have the most amazing group of people who are taking us to be a publicly traded company. One of those kind of groups of people that are helping us, because you need a lot to go public, there's a lot of compliance, a lot of stuff, is a law firm called Omnis. Now, we got introduced to them because one of the people who helped start Omnis, his name is Jason Gessing. I don't know if you guys know him. Jason Gessing was one of the original CEOs of eXp Realty. And he helped take eXp public. There were 3 people who did that. That was Jason Gessing. There was Stacy Onen, who was their eXp's president for a while. She helped bring him to the NASDAQ. And then there was Alan Goldman, who was, one clap for Alan. Alan's awesome. Is that you? Is that you, Alan? He clapped for himself now. Those 3 people all have a law firm now. And that is the law firm that we have engaged to take us public. They are divested from eXp. They're no longer associated with eXp, and they're now associated with Epique. So we're pretty excited about it. They're really excited about our model. The interesting thing is they are a part of another brokerage, and so they understand the cloud brokerage model and what it takes to take that public. And they did a great job bringing eXp public, but they're so excited about our brand because they know what it's like to be an agent and to not have what you need to be successful and to just be kind of left alone to sink or swim. And so they're right there with us. They get the vision, and they're going to help take us public. So I'm very excited about that connection. All right. So how are we going to go public? Are we going to be Epique Realty, the real estate brokerage? What are we going to be? Well, I think you guys know this. I've talked about this enough, that we consider ourselves a tech company, and we are going to really lean into that this year and next year. And we're going to kind of take it a little further, and that we are actually going to go public as a tech company. So we're going to go public as an AI SaaS company. That is software as a service company. Yeah. We want to be an AI SaaS company that just happens to do real estate, you know? Like, we're a tech company, but oh yeah, we do real estate too. But not only do we want to do this for a few reasons, of course, you know, valuation, all that stuff, it definitely helps with that. But for 2, we're just a tech company. We have been at the forefront of all tech in real estate since the very beginning. You know, we had our first AI tools 3 years ago when no one had anything, and they're still building it now. But we want to really lean into AI and to our own proprietary technology and some really, really solid partnerships as well. So we're going to focus a lot on development. So we're going to be building applications, programs, AI software. We're going to be doing some what they call B2B stuff. That's between us and other businesses, and also us and you guys. We're actually going to be building some B2C, which is business to consumer. That is where Epique goes, one of our platforms will go directly to the consumer, directly to the client. Maybe it's a home buyer or a home seller, and then take those people and bring them to you. So we want to actually help you find buyers and sellers directly and to be directly involved instead of, you know, what happens in most brokerages. We're here, you find them, right? And we're giving leads and stuff, but we want to be able to get those people in and bring them in through one of our verticals and then give them to you. That's our plan. So, yeah. We're going to focus on AI, real estate technology. We're even working on some fintech technology as well. But we want to do more than just real estate, and we want to develop real AI products that actually change several industries. We're going to end up disrupting a lot more than real estate. Oh, yeah. And we don't want to just license other people's products or white label. You know, I was with a brokerage, and they said, we're a tech company. And I said, cool, what do you have? And they're like, we got a CRM. And I was like, is it your CRM? And they're like, no, we have a license with somebody. I was like, can't I just go to their website and sign up? They're like, well, yeah. So, okay. And they're like, well, we have this other thing that, you know, it's you know, pretty cool. And I said, oh, okay, that's y'all made that? They're like, well, no, we have a license from this other company. I was like, how are you guys a tech company? Because I was very confused. And it would be almost like Google saying they're a tech company, but then you finding out that their search was really through Bing. You're like, you know, and Gmail was just like a Hotmail that was like white labeled. And you're like, how are you a tech company? But we want to, you know, stay solid as a true tech company and develop all our own stuff. And we have Jesse. Y'all give Jesse a round of applause. Jesse Miller. Is he over there? Yeah, he's over there. Who leads our tech and our development and is going to help get us to a really different place than we are now. So we're also starting something called Epique Labs. Epique Labs is going to be there to spawn great new things. That's its mission. There are a lot of companies that have labs. Google Labs famously came up with their Gmail platform through labs. Your labs division is where, I'll say it is where nerds go to play. It's where you bring some bright young minds, people who are maybe not even in your own industry, who can just build just cool stuff and just really think outside the box and just come up with cool things that you can then integrate. You know, Gmail had nothing to do with search, right? Amazon has their Amazon Lab 126. You know what came out of Amazon Lab 126? Alexa. What does that little device have to do with shopping for books? Because that's when they developed it, when they were still just a bookstore. Nothing. But that's what a labs division was for, to be able to bring all of that together. They also came out with the Kindle and all of that. Nike has their Nike Innovative Kitchen, where they can kind of come out with new technology and stuff that really helps change their company as well. So we're going to be starting our own Epique Labs, and I think we're already interviewing people and bringing them into our labs division. But it's going to be a very exciting time. It's going to be where we want to have our Alexa moment. We want to have our Gmail moment, where we create something that's different, that's under our umbrella, that changes things. So, yeah. So Epique Labs. So we're going to be creating our own things. Things that we know we want to build ourselves, and things that we haven't thought of yet, because that's what the labs division is going to do. But we're also going to do what's called M&A. That stands for mergers and acquisitions. This is where, as you go public, you can identify companies that work synergistically with your company, right? So these kind of partnerships are really important for us, but it's important for us so much that we actually want them to be a part of Epique. It's really cool. Our sponsors who are here, I love that they're in the room with us because they get to feel our energy. I can't tell you how many people who are here right now have told me that you guys are the most engaged group they've ever seen at a real estate brokerage, ever. One of our sponsors said, we do 2 or 3 of these every week for years, and we've never seen anything like this. It's crazy, yeah. But you know, some of these, you know, sometimes you make connections with different tech companies inside real estate and outside. Sometimes your energies, we heard him talk about, Simon was talking about frequencies. Sometimes your frequencies match, and what you're trying to do for agents, they're trying to do for agents in a different way. And so we've identified, you know, some companies we're talking to outside this room, people who have great energies that we've met with, that have tech companies, that have different kinds of companies that will work great for our brand and what we're trying to influence. And so our plan is to have 3 tech companies by next year under the Epique umbrella. Yeah. Yeah, cowbell, yeah. And so I want to introduce you guys to our parent company name. Y'all ready? All right. Let's go with Epique X. So that's going to be the parent company to Epique Realty. This is what your shares will be in. I want you guys to understand that your shares that you have are not just in Epique Realty. They're going to be in the parent company. Isn't that crazy? Whatever else we create will all go under Epique X, and that will increase your share value. The shares that a lot of you got for free. Yeah. So, you know, people always ask me for updates. I really don't have much updates. You know, I kind of share. You guys know I'm pretty freewheeling with the data. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, we're working on that, almost to a fault, because I'll tell somebody something super early, and then they'll ask me the next week, like, what happened with that? I'm like, that was just an idea, maybe like a year or two. But no, this is something we're doing next year, and I'm so excited for you guys to be a part of it. Everybody in here is a shareholder, so you guys are going to be stoked about what we're doing for sure. Thank you guys so much.
Real quick. Cool. You guys have 92 benefits right now, right? All right. How's everybody doing? Good, good. All right. So my name is Daniel. I work at Canopy Mortgage. A lot of you people know me from when we started this a little over a year ago at Powercon back in Vegas, when we came over as Clear. A lot has changed since then, not only with ourselves, but with you guys as a company. And looking back to last PowerCon, to this PowerCon, just seeing how much growth there has been, I just want to say it's so impressive to watch. And I say, let's give a round of applause to your founders and your event coordinating committee for putting on such a great event. Now, because this partnership has been in existence for a little over a year now, I kind of want to talk a little bit about what we've done over that last year and really kind of dive into some of the numbers. So since then, we have been able to save agents up to, or actually exceeding at this point now, $15,000 in GCI by being able to strategically cover those transaction fees for you guys. Now that you guys are active in all 50 states, we're right there with you, except for New York. So sorry about that. They have some weird licensing requirements, and they have some weird requests. So not only that, but we have taken a very active approach to investing into Epique through marketing efforts, events such as this, and going back over those last 12 months, 13 months now, we've invested over $50,000 into events across the country. One really big number and a big question that we get asked a lot of the times is, what is so special about what you do and how does it help our clients? And from the start, we've always been adamant about being able to save your clients money, not only through upfront costs at closing, but overall with the rates and so on and so forth. And so since we've come over to Canopy, we've actually been able to save your clients up to $86,000 in just loan costs. That's not taking into consideration how much they're saving over the life of the loan with lower rates, but just upfront closing costs. A lot of the other things that we've talked about previously, qualified teams, being able to go and leverage that relationship and being able to give back in such a big way to be able to help those teams grow, be able to attract agents, grow the organization, and invest in your business is one of the nicest things that we've been able to do, especially since now there's really no cap on how much we actually get to invest back into those teams. One of the other things that we announced a while back was marketing budgets. We've actually streamlined and kind of revamped a little bit of that. And so now, instead of you having to come to me directly and say, hey, is this something that can get approved? How do we go about this? We're going to make it a lot easier, and you're going to be able to go directly to your area leaders and get those events approved through regional leadership. And as of today, we are committing $4,000 a month to marketing budgets just to start. So, and the beauty of it is the more that we get to do for you guys, the bigger those budgets get, so you guys get to go and host a lot more events and do a lot more things. One of the other things that we have taken a pretty big stance on is investing into tech and being able to support you guys with your business and help you not only be able to grow and focus on going out and creating new business, but being able to work your existing databases. So previously, we had an opportunity to go and work databases and be able to pre-qualify past clients, people who have maybe started to disappear because the market's maybe not in the best of shape. But now what we're doing is we're actually no longer or not outsourcing any of our dialing. It's all being done by qualified loan officers to work that database for you, to be able to come back and provide you with fully pre-qualified buyers. We're also approaching sellers, building opportunity for you guys to go and focus on the business at hand and allow us to do a lot of the heavy lifting so you can actually trust the process and have full ownership of those results on your database. Now, I know David Elwood was up here a little bit earlier talking about Core, and so with our transition to Canopy, we are fully positioned and ready to go now as a full commercial broker as well. So all of your commercial deals, you still get the same level of service, same ability to communicate and collaborate with us across the country to handle those commercial deals for you as well. This is eventually going to be brought internally, so that way we can actually go and create additional benefits for you guys as agents and being a part of Epique, because the opportunity there is very different than what's available on the residential side. So as we continue to grow that and as commercial continues to grow with you guys, we're going to grow right alongside you. Luxury was also talked about. We are in the process of creating a complete concierge service for luxury, so that way your clients who expect nothing but the best when it comes to customer care and experience have a white glove service from not only the real estate side, but all the way through the mortgage side and financing, and being able to navigate those really unique and potentially confusing type situations. Now, because of our structure and how we have the ability to coordinate with this, we actually have the ability to do loan amounts for residential mortgages up to $30 million. And so those individuals where you're normally looking at that jumbo loan and it kind of caps and you're like, well, now I need to find a really creative way to do this, we are that creative way. Again, Epique and Espanol, we are right there beside you guys in growing that. I don't know if a lot of you guys got to come in and see the breakout session the other day, but we are fully committed to being right there alongside you guys. We have the ability to bridge that language gap between what is traditionally a very complex transaction, especially when a lot of it's done in English and there's maybe some disconnect. We have fully bilingual loan officers who are going to be able to guide them through the process. Our application can be taken in Spanish. Our documents can go out in Spanish and English. And so what it's going to do is just allow you to be able to leverage those relationships and be able to have truly a lending partner that's going to grow right alongside you and your business. Now, a lot of you guys know Click Offers and the Buy Before You Sell program. We are now the exclusive provider of all of the Buy Before You Sell products. And what this allows you to do is be able to get really creative with financing in individual situations who might be stuck because they own a home. They need to tap into the equity of that home to be able to purchase their new home. This opens the door for a lot of those people. It has the ability to even step in and solve some really complex situations. And firsthand experience, doing one right now where we are doing 100% conventional financing. We're financing 100% of the purchase of the new home. And what that does is it allows people to, once thought they couldn't buy because they had a home to sell, it completely eliminates that barrier. And what that allows people to do is really create opportunity, especially now in the marketplace when you're really struggling to find that right home, inventory is lower. So what this can do is when the right home does come on the market, they can jump on it right away. Now, through the relationship that we have with Click Offers and the provider of the Buy Before You Sell product, we're actually offering some promo pricing for you guys. And this isn't just for everybody in the room, this is for the entirety of Epique. Through the end of July, there is actually a 0.25% reduction of closing costs. So we're going to be able to save your clients a 0.25% in closing costs all the way up until July for the entirety of their product line. That can come out to be the tune of multiples of thousands of dollars. Now, I was talking to Josh earlier, and we had a little bit of a brainstorming session. I don't have a slide for this one. This was kind of an on-the-fly thing, and we were kind of watching the presentations and how many benefits you guys are getting, and I think you're up to 92 now as of today, and we were thinking about it, and we were like, you know what? We really want to get on that benefit train. So really, you're actually going to end the day with 93 benefits. And what we are doing is for every agent at Epique, on your personal deals, whether that is you buying a home or you wanting to refinance a home or anything along those lines, we are going to do it with zero lender cost. So no processing fee, no underwriting fee, no credit reporting fees, no appraisal fees. So we want to be able to give back in the same way that your company gives to you and truly show you guys that this is a collaborative effort. We're all in this together. Now, a lot of you might be asking, what's next for this partnership? What's next? What are we expecting? And here today, and if you guys were at shareholders, you might already kind of know what's coming because Sam spilled the beans. But as of today, we are going to be announcing Power Lending. So what this does for you guys is really creates a true ecosystem between what you do on the real estate side and what you do with us on the mortgage side. And so this is going to be how we are starting to operate moving forward. There are some changes that will eventually be coming down the line, some really exciting stuff. And I just want you to think that this is not just another mortgage company that is partnered with Epique. This is really, by design, your guys' mortgage company. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are going to have plenty of questions, so I'm going to go ahead and put up some contact information up on this screen. And so that way, if you guys scan that QR code, I know it still says Canopy, that's going to be my personal information. That is my email address, my cell phone number, my personal cell phone number. So you guys can reach out to me at any point and be able to connect, ask any questions, and go from there. Thank you.
So as you saw, we are here going to be talking to you about Nemo and CARES today. So I want to introduce to you my panel. We have Kimberly. She is one of our one of our employees with Epique who has actually been directly affected. We have Walt Key, who is our chair of Nemo, and then we have Brian Duran, our chair of CARES. So if you don't know, the Nemo organization was actually built and created after a really horrific storm, Hurricane Helene. So Kimberly was affected by the storm, and Kimberly, can you just give us a little bit of insight on exactly what happened, tell us your story and how this came about?
Sure. I'm a little nervous because I haven't talked about, very publicly. I started with Epique in the middle of August, and I live right outside of Asheville, North Carolina, in western North Carolina. And Hurricane Helene, as everyone knows or may not know, western North Carolina was pretty much destroyed. I lived west of the city, and I work for Josh. I'm Josh's executive assistant, and I was able to get out the day after the storm to be able to drive out, and had very little communication, very small cell service. And I called my best friend first I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know what happened until days later. Called my friend so that she could talk with my children to know that I was okay. Then I talked to Josh, and Josh said to me very quickly, you need to get out, and it doesn't matter, if I'll take care of it, just you need to get out. And I was able to get out. I left at 3:30 in the morning on that Monday after the storm. I was in direct path of the Blackhawks. Didn't sleep much, didn't eat much. I feel very thankful that the area that I was in did get impacted, but not the impact that would happen in western North Carolina. Once I got out, Josh, Chris, and Janice took Janice's RV, loaded it up with supplies, toys, tampons, things that you weren't thinking of. Josh and Chris came into Greenville, and Josh's cousin drove the RV up. And Josh just didn't stop in Asheville. Josh went to the mountains, which,
it's okay.
He went to the place that was the hardest hits. I lost someone. I didn't know I lost someone till like 3 weeks later. But that's all I want to say there, because I can't really talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to really talk. But I want to express that when they say Epique family, they truly mean Epique family. I'm not blood, but I was treated as a human being, and Epique at that point, and more, I don't know how I'd look at life if I was stuck there, but definitely I was family. And out of that, with the boots on the ground, this beautiful Nemo was created, and it impacts. So if you are putting money into that fund, I am letting you know personally that it's not just going here or there, but it actually goes to people that are actually affected.
Awesome.
And I don't know if they're here, if Janice, Chris, or Josh are here. Where are you at?
They're right
Can
here.
they stand up, because they know that I love them and they are family to me. And so I'm done. Thank you.
So that says a lot, guys. She had actually only been an employee with us at that time for 3 weeks. So it wasn't like she'd been here for a long time. They personally knew her. Of course, they knew her. But 3 weeks in, a hurricane hits, destroys a community, and they step up immediately. They loaded personal supplies. Like they said, we had a big team of agents and other employees that gathered up, and Nemo got created. And Walt, I'm going to turn that over to you now. Can you tell us a little bit more into that story about how the committee came together, what you personally did as well?
Yeah.
And
So that's a hard act to follow. It was interesting because I'm from Florida. I was in North Carolina because an old family friend had a funeral. So we were a few hours away when we heard everything was happening. And so we just reached out to the people we knew were there and said, what do you need? Where do you need it? Like, we're here. Let's keep going. And over the course of a week or two, maybe less really, there were tens of thousands of dollars raised just No organization, it wasn't the Red Cross, it wasn't Nemo at the time. It was just Epique agents and families saying, we have to do something here. And we raised tens of thousands of dollars. We had hundreds of man hours of actual people on the ground delivering generators, bulldozing roads to reopen them, flying people off of mountainsides because they were stuck. And from that, you know, after the dust had settled, the conversation went to, what if that happens again?
Right.
There's got to be a more efficient way to help the people that need the help. There's got to be a way to raise funds so that they're there when we need them. And that's kind of where Nemo was born. You know, we were talking backstage, it was born out of disaster, but it's this beautiful thing that was created. So, you know, she said I was the chair. I'm not the chair, I'm just one of the people that are doing this. I'm just kind of wrangling it, but there's a lot of people that are involved in making sure that never happens again. So anything from that disaster to the individual agent who has a storm rip their roof off. We wanted to be able to serve our agents, their families, and their communities with any emergency, any disaster that might occur. And so that's how Nemo was created. And one of the things I love about it is, right, it's easy to find people who care. It's actually harder to find money and resources to empower the people who care, right? And nothing against any other large organization, but Asheville was a wonderful example of how the Red Cross wasn't ready for that. FEMA wasn't ready for that. The local people on the ground solved that problem, and so we just wanted to be able to power all of the local people on the ground. And so for those who don't know, everyone in the crowd, whether you have disaster relief background, whether you want to be involved or not, you have the ability to make that impact every single time you close a commission. Yes. Because now on your CDA, you have the option to donate every single time you close a transaction, $5, $10, $1,000, whatever you feel like. And that money gets matched dollar for dollar by the leadership of our company up to $1 million so that there is funds available to help when someone needs the help.
Awesome. And then from Nemo, we also ended up creating CARES. Because what if someone has a disaster that's not a complete hurricane, fire, flood? Maybe it's something a little more personal. So then CARES was created. Brian, can you give us a little information about what CARES is and how that works?
Yes. I need to stand up for a minute because CARES is there's a lot that goes along with CARES. And the reason why I joined CARES and why our team and our committee is dedicated to CARES is because it helps the individual agents. It's you agents that have donated generously $7,567 in just the last couple of months to help other agents. And CARES is for those unexpected disasters. You're in a car crash, you need to replace your teeth, you get glass in your eye and you have to have a patch, or you get bedridden, you're in something that happened to a family member, and you had no idea that something was about to happen. And that's what CARES is here for, those unexpected events, things that you had no idea for, the unexplainable sometimes. And without other people coming together to help you in that one situation, sometimes it's really hard to dig yourself out of it. And we know, as Epique as a family, we need to help each other, and we want to lift each other up, because a rising tide lifts all boats. So we're all here to help each other and bring it together and make sure that when you're at your lowest, you don't feel like you're the only one there. You have a team, you have a family surrounded with you.
So one quick thing for each of you again, if there was someone in the room that's like, how do I get involved, or what can I do to help, what would you say to them? Start with you, Kimberly. Sorry.
How it was just, you know, even $1 If everyone in the room donated $1, look how much money would be raised by $1 to help someone in a natural disaster, or just like CARES, someone, you know, who's not part of that natural disaster. I would say, you know, $1 does make a difference. 50 cents makes a difference.
Right. Different. Walt?
So two things. One, if you want to get involved in any level, we're always looking for more people to join the NEMO movement so that we have those boots on the ground in all of the communities that we serve, right? Because a committee of 6 can't be everywhere. There is a NEMO group in Epique Cloud. Just jump on Epique Cloud, click on groups in ENMO, you'll find it, join it. It's there for everybody. We do a monthly meeting just to kind of keep the pulse on what's going on. And then the other one is donate to the cause through your commissions. You don't have to donate money that you don't have right now, which is nice, because of the way the team set up the CDA, you can donate money that you won't even feel come out of your pocket, because just like good investment, right? We had some great conversations today about investing. If you can set up your savings for yourself before you get paid, you'll never feel the money that you're investing. If you build the plan to donate to CARES or donate to NEMO, when you close your transactions, you won't feel the $5. You won't feel the $100 because you're getting your commission at the same time. So those are the two things. Get involved if you have a passion and a heart to serve people. Go to the group and dive in. And then donate when you can so that there's always those funds available to help, because we don't know when the next Helene is blowing through.
Absolutely. Brian?
Yeah, so just to expand on that, participation is probably the best way that anybody could get involved. So whether it's participating with your time, when you go to the agent portal, we have our committees. You could join the committee and be able to help service, or participation of monetary for the money. $5 out of every transaction goes a long way, and it helps and it builds out. Epique already generously donates $4,000 a month, so we get that, and then we also get whatever the agents donate towards it. So all that combined, because we never know how the month might go. It might be a good month for everybody, or we might have a tremendous month where there's a lot happening. So there might be more need for it. So every little bit absolutely counts, and whether if you don't have the money, then you do the time. If you don't have the time, then you do the money. And anything from anybody is greatly appreciated. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. So really, guys, just these two communities and these two organizations that we have here, kind of just want to remind all of you that we're not just agents here at Epique. We really are a full support system. So our organization doesn't just help us support our business. They really get down and help us with our families and help us support us in every way you can. So we appreciate you guys. We appreciate everyone who donates, and hopefully we don't need to use the committees and the funds, but if we do, at least we know we have them. So thank you. Thanks.
I know you aren't cheering for me, it's for Laquita, for sure.
Right. Good afternoon, Epique family.
Hello. That's my broker.
Right.
She's my broker. Yeah, I love it.
All right, well, I'm so excited to introduce this new amazing benefit today. Who's ready to hear about it?
Yeah.
Great, great. All right, well, introducing Epique Connect Utility Concierge. We all know our clients have that time between contract and closing where they're responsible for scheduling their utilities. Well, Epique Connect is going to be their personalized concierge support.
Awesome.
And Epique Connect is your client's utilities and home services handled. It's going to be fast, seamless for transitions for your buyers, your renters, and your sellers.
And it's great because it is this white glove service to help them with the connection of the utilities. So gas, water, internet, TV, I mean, alarm systems,
Yes.
like, I mean, it's a lot. It covers a lot. But it's a way for you to be able to help your clients outside of just the transaction, right? So helping them, like this white glove support to move them to your home, it's one way to definitely feel more memorable, for sure.
And it's a free service to them.
Yeah, it doesn't cost them anything. So, and a lot of times and I'm sure it's on the slide, but a lot of times they save money. So it's almost every single time it's cheaper for them to go through you to get their light bill, their electricity turned on than it is to just do it themselves. It takes less time and they actually get a savings, which is kind of cool because we get kind of this big bulk savings that we pass along to them, which is amazing.
Yes. So why we built it? Well, we built Epique Connect because clients say that the process is confusing, it's stressful, and very time-consuming. Agents have also shared that it takes approximately 3 hours per transaction for them to assist their clients with the setup. So we want to take that hassle from you and your clients.
Yep. And a little bit of how it works. So what happens is all you have to do is you submit your client's info, and then our Connect concierge will contact the client for you. You're not going to have to sit there and like call the water company and set it up for them. That's not what we're suggesting. We actually have an entire concierge team who will do that for them. That's their day job. They know what they're doing. Right. And then all the service will be set up in just one call. So imagine you move to a new home, you buy a new home, you're having to call the light company, the cable company, the internet provider, the water company. You have to do all those separate conversations, which are stressful. Has anybody ever had to call Comcast before?
Yes.
But imagine doing it in one phone call with a concierge person, not somebody working a customer service desk at the cable company.
Right.
So, yeah.
And that call takes only 30 minutes compared to hours that it could take your clients or yourself. So.
Yeah. And then after that, the agent and the client will receive confirmation that when it's been turned on. And it's cool. There's no spam. There's no upsells. Nothing. Yeah. So if you've ever had to call like the internet provider or the cable company, you know there's a lot of upsells. Yes. There's no upsells. So it's just very easy for your clients.
Yes, absolutely. All right, and what's the value of Epique Connect? Well, for one, we're gonna make you look like a superstar. We're gonna save you and your clients time by eliminating hours spent coordinating the utility setup process. This is gonna boost the client's experience. You're gonna deliver a seamless transition that's gonna impress your clients. That in turn will drive repeat and referral business. You're creating a memorable experience for, that generates future business. And last but not least, our Rev Share Benefit Plus. 50% of earned income for Epique will go towards Rev Share Plus, which is an additional income stream for us.
Yep, that's right. I'll say at my last brokerage, they had a Utility Connect thing that I could sign up for, and the brokerage got money, and I could get money, but nothing was going back to the agents, really. It was just all going to the brokerage.
Right.
And that's not what we want to do here, right? No. So RevShare Plus, this is another vertical we'll be adding to RevShare Plus.
Yes.
That is Epique Connect.
Epique Connect, yes.
Yeah.
Coming soon.
Coming soon?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why do I do what I do?
Meet Denise Doe, a visionary founder, mum, and the bold force behind ensuring impact, the company reshaping how we protect our families and our future.
I just love people. I feel ensuring impact and what we represent, or even just life insurance, aligns with who I am as a person. I didn't have to change. I believe in providing and protecting. I believe in thinking about others before myself.
She's coached thousands of agents to serve with integrity, lead with love, and think like life agents, not just policy pushers. Named one of the top 100 global leaders in finance while rebuilding her life from scratch, Denise proves that legacy isn't inherited, it's built.
I want to sell the fact that your life can improve. There is a way. And you don't have to risk it all, but you just have to put yourself in the room. And I want to create the room. I want to create the tables to build the tables so people can eat at.
Mic check, mic check.
Hello, Epic. Welcome to the room where we're building wealth, right? Shout out to Josh, Janice, and Chris for building the room because it takes a room, it takes a table to have different types of conversation. Would you agree? If you're proud to be in this room, please stand up. Oh, I need to stretch out a little bit. You guys feel that? How many of you guys also want to create the table so everyone else can eat at? I'll tell you, I sit at tables at top 1%, and then there's a top 0.01%, and as you go higher in your net worth, there's just different conversations, and today the conversation I want to have with you is redefining wealth. Please sit down, I want to honor you. Thank you. Most of us are taught to make money, but we're not taught to build wealth. Yes, yes? What is wealth? What is wealth anyway? I hear health is wealth. I hear wealth like it's spiritual. I hear wealth can be creative. There's just so many definitions around there, but what I've learned is wealth is a mindset, there's moves, and there's a mission, okay? Is anybody here making decent money but feels stuck, depressed, and sometimes stressed and left behind? And decent money is relative. I sit in tables where 6 figures is a lot of money to folks. How many times remember your first 6 figures? Right? Or some of you guys are still striving for your first 6 figures. I'm from San Jose, California, Bay Area. 6 figures is low income. $1 million home will get you a 3-bedroom, maybe 1 and a 1.5 bath in the middle of I don't know where. Anybody here from California? I can't see. Yay, Cali. But I want to let you know that you're not alone. I was there. I was taught to get good grades, get a good job, be very smart, but I'm very smart and I'm broke. That's not the game I want to play. What did I study? Typically, you can probably stereotypes are real. I studied pre-med. I had 2 choices, be an engineer or be a doctor, and being a doctor was something that's just really, it's just really more me. I love serving. And my mom escaped a country called Vietnam, came here, and I'm the first American-born, I guess, what do you call that? First-generation American? It's kind of confusing. I'll get it one day. But first-generation American, I'm trying to figure it out. Dad is an engineer. He has an MBA. Mom was in high tech. They've been making 6 figures since the 80s, but why are we still struggling? What game are we playing? And I realized I was listening to my rich uncle, who I think is rich. They look good, they smell good, they tell you all the stock picks, they got their economics degree, but does that mean they're truly wealthy? I'm doing everything right. Dad maxes out his 401k, but why are we still struggling? Instead of getting pissed, I just got educated. And here's what I've learned. I've learned I really want to talk differently. I want to raise the identity and start talking wealth literacy versus financial literacy. Wealthy people speak different. They have different lens, they have different language, they have a different attitude, they have a different swag, whatever you want to call it. Just wealthy people are different. And you guys, as real estate agents, have the power to unlock so much wealth, and you don't even know it. But if you don't believe it, if you don't understand how wealthy people are leveraging real estate and doing other things, if you don't have the spirit, you don't have the mindset, you don't have the lens and language, no wonder we're not winning, our community is not winning, and absolutely our client is not winning. So I was sitting in the room yesterday, and there's a lot of financial literacy talk, and I'm just like, ugh, because inside of me, financial literacy seems so just a bunch of things. Like, is it balancing your checkbook? Is it just good credit? Is that what financial literacy is? Do I have to be really literate to win the game? I'll tell you, I don't know how I got into this stage. Like I said, I studied pre-med. I was on the way to medical school, got a second interview, and then my mom got sick. I was unemployed, didn't know what the heck to do, but someone had to pay the bills. Anybody ever was there? It's like, man, how do we make this work? What is a checkbook? What is insurance? What is this 401k? I just realized I just needed to learn something. And I just got obsessed with learning money. When I've learned that, I was like, man, what they're teaching me in the books may not be what might not be what it really is. Who do I go to? Where do I go to learn wealth? How do I start over? When I start learning principles, when I start realizing wealth is a strategy, wealth is based on principles and laws don't change.
Sales taxes can change, yes? Markets can change. Stock picks can change. Tesla can be cool now and not cool later. Whatever, that can change. But when it comes to principles, wealthy people understand. They've been having wealth for hundreds of years. They speak different. So it's beyond tactics. It's beyond like timing the market. It's based on principles. And here's the principle I want to share with you. There's a gap that most Americans don't realize. The average American spends what? 30 years working, 30 minutes buying a home, and barely 3 minutes thinking about how to protect it. Yes? We work all our lives. We buy homes, we sell homes, and then we don't think about it after. The truth is, it's not because we're bad with money. It's just because we're never taught to build it the right way. So, this is where wealth literacy begins. It's not about selling another product. Wealth strategy starts with protection, not products. And here's where I want you to stand out. Anyone here interested in standing out in the marketplace? Yes, you guys stood up. That's good. You want to create everlasting impact? You want to be that agent that they'll think about all the time, no matter what, even 10 years from now? I'm going to enlighten and challenge you to think and start thinking like a life agent. Yes, I'm a life insurance agent. Whoa, I know, we're usually the bottom of the barrel, right? Like, what the heck, you're selling life insurance? Yes, I'm so proud of it. I've been doing this obsessively for over a decade. Obsessively. Not because I wanted to. It wasn't a dream, like, oh my God, I give up like the pursuit for med school to be a life agent. I told you my mom got sick, right? And then I was going and I had to take care of the family. And when I realized, man, mom has a 401k, we have all this stuff, but how come I don't know how to win the game? The more I learn about money, the more I learn about strategies, I've learned there's a lot of secrets of the rich is inside of life insurance. Do you guys know that? Did you know banks own the most life insurance? I'm going to give you some stats here in a bit. Because when life happens, when life changes, they just got their first baby. They just got married. Their family is aging. Their parents are about to retire. They're about to sell that house or need to buy a house. Are they thinking about you? But I'll tell you, they'll call their life agent. I do annual checkups. I check in. More babies, more responsibility, more homes, more assets to protect, more retirement strategies, more tax strategy they need. So I'm having these conversations all the time. And here's where I want to equip you. If I give you the mindset, the lens, and the language to think like a life agent, you're going to be way more valuable to your clients, okay? Because real estate agents, you help families buy their dreams. Life agent, when you start thinking about it, you're going to help them keep it. Because there's money, there's life cycles when it comes to money. And here's where I want to help you find opportunities. I've learned in my mentorship journey, right, when I go out and get coaching, my coaches taught me, obsess over your clients' problems. Obsess over your clients' problems. That's where you're going to add value. So what kind of problems are all of our clients facing? Myself, our families, our communities, you, my brother, my sister, my cousin, my long-lost cousin, all of us, we're all facing the same problems because these are human problems, these are community problems, and it all comes around money, okay? So money has life cycles. In early years, what kind of problems do we face, or what usually happens? We have young children. Any parents here? It's dark. I have 2 kids. My daughter just turned 7 yesterday. My son is 10, okay? They're probably gonna get a house. They have a mortgage. They have debt. They have some tax deductions, really cool. So in early years, we don't have a lot of money, but we have a lot of responsibility, yes? We have a lot of debt. So what do? Here's my public service announcement, y'all. Life insurance is not about burial insurance. It's not mortgage protection. It's not final expense. It's not bury me with dignity. Life insurance is about income protection at its very core. It's your most important asset, not your house. Because if you can't make income, who pays the house? Yes? Isn't that a new thought? Think like this. This is how you go beyond the transaction and create more value, because when you start thinking about the risks, you can start having these type of deep conversations. You're more valuable. You have a deeper relationship, and that's what I respect about Epique and your culture. You're relationship driven, yes? And these are the type of big talks that we need to have, not small talks. Big talks, relationship driven. So in early years, let's talk about if you lose income, I want to make sure that dream home I put you in, we don't lose it. Let's think about if you lost your income, or the breadwinner loses their income, or if you're a single income household, what's going to happen? Or are you financially depending on your parents? Or is your parents financially depending on you? Whatever income we need to protect, that is the core and foundation when it comes to wealth building. And life gets funny. Okay, we're younger, now we get older. Hopefully our mortgage is paid, right? Hopefully our children are grown. We have low or no debt. But here's the biggest gotcha if you don't know the rules. We're all playing the money games, but do you guys know the rules? Maybe. Rule of 72 is cute. It's a rule, but it's not like the rule. You know what I mean? There's different rules, and I'm going to show you the frameworks in a little bit. But in later years, what do we need to think about when we obsess over our clients' problems? Will our client run out of money? Let's not even talk about grown children. Now I'm actually going to update my slide. What about grown parents, aging parents who can't retire with dignity? Let me give you a stat, y'all. 12,500 baby boomers are retiring every day. That's our grandparents, that's our parents, that might be you. Have you ever thought about when you will ever run out of money? Or we just avoid it because we suffer in silence? I'm tired of people suffering in silence. We all have money problems, but who is speaking up and giving us basic principles to give me confidence, to give me some hope, yes? You guys want some hope? And I'm hoping I can give you this, because I'll tell you, I wasn't there. I was struggling when my mom was sick. I was married and went through an ugly divorce and got everything wiped out. But you know what's great? Because I obsessed over learning money, I know the rules, I can bounce back like this. How many of you guys are ready for your bounce back? Yes? I'll let you know once you know the rules. It's just a name of speed now, okay? So running out of money is something I want you to obsess around. You got debt, you got growing children, you might have aging parents, but man, what's the risk if they run out of money? Then life in between. The heart attack, stroke, cancers, and disability. How many of you guys here have known anyone who have been affected by a heart attack, stroke, cancer, disability? How about this? Any survivors here? If you're a survivor of an illness or disease, please stand up. Oh, we need more survivors. or y'all very healthy, okay? Either or. But this is a step. If you don't know anyone, you're looking at one. Why did I pursue med school? I know it was a joke, it's either engineering or medical school, but that's the truth. But ultimately, at the age of 14, I had a stage 1 ovarian cancer. I got my right ovary removed, okay? And then I got my left one. And somehow, right when they opened me up at 17, they were about to remove my left ovary, something disappeared. I don't know. And then God blessed me with 2 kids. Maybe I'm doing something right, right? So I say this, when I was in the medical field for over 10 years, 5 years in pharmacy, 5 years in diagnostic imaging, what's the biggest issue in healthcare? People can't afford care. They cannot. They lose everything. And that is the biggest financial blind spot to your money game, to your wealth, to your communities, and your clients. Here's a stat. Nearly 2/3 of bankruptcies in the United States are tied to what? Medical issues. This is relative to all of us. More than 50% of home foreclosures are directly tied to a critical illness or a medical crisis. Take it one step further. Most of these folks already have health insurance. Wait, hold on. I already have health insurance, but why am I going bankrupt? Why am I losing my home? Remember what we taught you in the beginning? Life insurance is about income protection. Medical insurance hopefully covers the medical bills. How about all your other bills? I know this is kind of a heavy talk towards the end of this, convention, right? But isn't this real talk? And this is, I know I have a really tough job, and I hope I'm doing a great job at it, because these are things I care about, these are things I matter, because it affects all of us. And I believe financial services, thank you, need more thought leadership and not people to be bold about it. Let's just talk about it. Let's have a conversation that matters. But here's where I'm going to give you hope. There's something called living benefits out there, and this changed everything. This is what pulled me out of the medical field when I realized only at that time in 2013, only 1% of the nation knew about living benefits. Over a decade later, the whole life insurance industry, over 400,000 life agents, only 1% more was helped. 98% of the nation has no idea about life insurance you don't have to die to use. You laugh, I know it's a great song. Say it with me. Life insurance you don't have to die to use. This is crazy. I'm like, what do you mean? Living benefits life insurance. Now if someone gets a heart attack, stroke, cancer, disability, Alzheimer's, dementia, coma, there's over 24 triggers. After 30 days in these policies, you can access up to $1.5 or $2 million tax-free after 30 days. I know some of your faces, your jaw dropped. Yes. And it doesn't matter what the product is. It can be term, whole life, universal life, index universal life. I am so tired of people pushing products versus strategy. Living benefits is a strategy, okay? It's tax-free, it's immediate, it's a plan and not a fundraiser. How many of us have donated to fundraisers lately? GoFundMes, because our clients, our communities, our brothers or sisters, or us, we needed help because we didn't know about living benefits. And you know what that makes me feel? That makes me feel like I didn't do my job. My duty today to raise awareness to you, to educate you about what's out there, your duty to take care of yourself, your family, your community. Can we do that? 98% has no idea about this. You probably look at me, that's too good to be true. No, it's so good it's true. It's the worst kept secret. That should no longer be a secret. Meet Portia. Portia had 2 policies with one of our companies. At the age of, meet Portia and cancer, at the age of 27 in November 2019, she got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She texts her agent, I need you, it's serious. Because she had a living benefits term policy, term is like a renting policy, it's not cash value. Some of y'all just think living benefits means I can touch my cash value while I'm living. That's old school, okay? That's been around for over 100 years. I'm talking you can touch your death benefit while you're living. Are you following? She was barely paying over $10 a month for this policy. She's a model, she's an actress, but does cancer discriminate? She got a check for $118,000 tax-free. Let's give that a round of applause. How would that change someone's life? I'll tell you in the medical field or as a survivor, as a caregiver, I know money gives you options, right? Money gives you hope. And when you have hope, you can cope. The worst thing I hate seeing in the medical field or in general in my communities is when people get sick, the first thing they worry about is what? Money, savings, can I afford this? My friends get into a car accident and they don't even want to take the ambulance. What is that? Because it's $500 a ride. That's inhumane to me. But I found a way just to print money when you get sick. Okay, let's put odds in your favor. 1 out of 3 people you know will have cancer. Every 40 seconds, someone's having a stroke. Instead of buying the lottery ticket, get living benefits, yes? Yeah, you can clap for that, but I don't want anyone to get sick. I'm just saying though, but like, I'm in insurance, it's all about risk management, it's all about odds. Does that make sense? So putting odds in your favor, make sure you have living benefits to protect your family. More stories, living benefits, there's a lot of solutions to living benefits. Here's one, another client developed critical illness. Got a check for how much? $870,000 tax-free. Cash. Do what you want with it. It's not like a long-term care or health insurance policy where you're limited to what you can use. This is cash for you and your clients and your community. Get better care. Pay someone else to take care of you, not your family, yes? Not stress about going back to work. Get alternative medicine because some of you guys are so woo-woo and you want to go get doped up on vitamin C, whatever. Money can do a lot. There's so many magical things to heal, but you're going to need a lot of money to do that. Yes, yes? But there's other things. You're like, wait, Denise, there is this living benefits solution where I can touch my cash value while I'm living. Yes. Let me give you a statistic. In 2007, the wealthiest, I didn't say the rich, The wealthiest 1% held 22% of their cash value inside of permanent life insurance. Today, 2025, they own 28.6%. This is according to the Federal Reserve. Here's what I learned about what wealthy people do. They leave clues. I don't need the $1 million, just give me the $1 million strategy. Yes, yes? And this is a $1 million strategy. What? Most people think it's a scam. Let me ask you this. Someone taught me when you take someone's opinion, you take their lifestyle. I'm going to say that one more time. When you take someone's opinion, you take someone's advice, you take their lifestyle. So your financial advisor is barely making $50,000 a year teaching you wealth. Yes? So be careful who's in your ear. But when I read these type of stats, when my wealthiest friends, not my rich, flashy friends, but my wealthiest friends, right, are telling me, Denise, these are the moves, I'm going to shut up and listen. Yes? So, what is it? It's a solution. It's a revolutionary solution. I want to introduce to you the Swiss Army knife of financial planning that 98% of the nation has no idea about. And I'll tell you, most agents don't even know what to do with it. Because most agents are taught to push products, to run quotes. They're not taught to think strategically. Life insurance is an asset class, just like real estate. Do you want to rent or do you want to own? Is this a fix and flip? Is this an Airbnb? Is this a buy and hold? Same product, different strategy. Y'all following with me? Same with life insurance. The biggest insult you can give me and my team and our organization is run me a quote. I love you too much and not run you a quote. A quote for what? How much do you need? Who do you need to qualify for? What's the strategy? Y'all following? But imagine there's a 4-in-1 strategy. You're gonna get death insurance, that's old school. If someone's just talking pure death insurance, old school, outdated. To me, they're Blockbuster, they're Nokia. Elder millennial here, I think I can fit right in with Epique. Right? So you get death benefit, money for your family. You can also get retirement, strategies where you can get money for secure retirement, savings. It can be indexed, it can be fixed. There's cash value to it. But there's also these living benefits. They're heart attack, stroke, cancer, and disability. And those are added for free. No additional premium. Wow, right? Free. What are you talking about? Now, here's why I say the most dangerous thing you can do is ask for a quote. Because I can make $100 look 100 different ways. You guys ready to follow? Okay. Remember, it's a strategy. Is this $100? You want most of the $100 going to savings / cash value / equity. You want $90 there, and you want $10 to buy a ding-dong policy just for the tax code because you want to play the game. Same $100, but most is going to cash. Small, going to buy the plan. Make sense? Or are you a struggling single mom and I have to stretch your $100 because you're making X amount of money and if something happens to you, your kids are going to be devastated. That $100 might have zero cash value equity. I'm going to stretch it and buy a term policy with living benefits. Are y'all following? Same $100, completely different strategies. Did I just empower you? You're just like, man, I probably have a policy I have know nothing about, yes? Or my parents bought me a policy I knew nothing about. Because how do people usually buy life insurance? As a favor, hey, yo, I gotta meet my quota. Can you please buy me a policy? Or, dang, I just got pregnant. Or, I just bought a house, I think I need something. Or, let me bundle it with my car insurance so I can get a discount. But it's the biggest wealth strategy that we're not taught to use. The working class thinks it's a necessary evil. The wealthy understands it's a strategy to build wealth for generations. And here's where I want to empower you and give you the building blocks of wealth, the OPM strategy. These are the frameworks that we teach. This is proprietary to our company, where I want to just make wealth simple. This is based on principles. I'm not interested in timing the market, no matter where you're at. If you're brand new and just going to just barely making income, you're about to retire or you have kids, no matter where you're at, the OPM strategy can meet you where you're at and help you build wealth properly with the foundation. So we're gonna start with cash flow insurance. Do you have emergency funds? Is this strategy used for managing? By the way, I know a lot of you guys are taking pictures of the slides. I'm gonna give you a copy in the end. Is that okay? Okay, and in the end, I'm not gonna sell you anything, honestly. So like, just feel free, pay attention. I really wanna pour into you and, you know, shake my hand after, we can have more conversations. But this building blocks it's very important, and I hope it's simplified in jumbo crayon as much as possible, because wealth starts with protection. This also is an emotional thing. When you feel more protected and safe, do you feel like you can be more productive? Money is an energy. Money is the same thing. Protection first, fancy production, and investment second. Does that make sense? You need safe. I want for sure money. How y'all want for sure money? I like for sure money. Okay, when you have for sure money, then go gamble. But most of us have this upside down, yes, yes? Put away to a 401k and pray. How's that going? Let's talk about success leaves clues, but also the opposite of success leaves clues. How many of y'all here know someone who's happily retired with a 401k? Yes? With no pension plans, nothing supplement, just happily retired with a 401k? You did great. Maybe a great stock pick, but 1 out of a million-ish. I've been doing this for over a decade or so. We have a team, we have a firm, we have a family office. It's very rare unless you have other strategies like real estate, et cetera. So why are we doing it? You guys ever sit down and ask why? I'm that person. I'm like, wait, why? Why? So when it comes to the building blocks of wealth, living benefits is essential in protecting your family, your communities, et cetera. So after we make sure that we protect our income, remember life insurance is about income protection first. Now let's get fancy. You already get fancy and show you how to, you guys like referral business? What if I show you a way to create repeated business? Did I get your attention? Awesome. So the OPM strategy is gonna show you how to build wealth using other people's money. Whose? Other people's money, because wealthy people understand leverage. Wealthy people, wealth, language, and lens understand leverage, right? And we're gonna do this safely. I know this is really awkward to hear. Like, what do you mean I can build money and build wealth safely? Because how many of us were taught you need a risk to gain? Higher risk, higher reward. How's that going? Who taught us that? You see what I'm saying? It's like, just sit back, like why? But I'll tell you, there's ways to do it without the risk or lowering the risk, because remember, it's all about putting odds in your favor. So meet Jane. Jane's a real client. Jane has debt. Does a lot of people have debt? I'll tell you, she's like a typical American. In our software, we add up all her debt. She has a primary home, a HELOC, and 2 major credit cards, $443,000 of total debt. Scheduled interest, over $250,000. And she's so excited, like many Americans that you guys sell homes to get out of debt in how many years? 30 years. Woo! So when we take the data and we go through a concept called an infinite banking concept. Have you guys ever heard of an infinite banking concept? Okay. Probably on TikTok and all this kind of stuff, but let me, instead of showing you theory, let me show you the math. Because this is what, there's a great book out there called Be Your Own Banker by Nelson Nash. Please read that, or speak to one of us and we can show you how to do it and plug it into the software and actually give you a plan, okay? Give you the plan. So check this out. Her primary home, she got at 3.25%. That's sexy, isn't it, nowadays? 3.25, yeah. HELOC, 5.25, I know it's variable. But what if we could show you a way you can refinance your debt and you be your own bank? Teach your clients to be their own bank. Wealthy people do something really well. They pay themselves first, they pay themselves interest, and they recycle everything they spend. One more time. They pay themselves first. Who do they pay first? Themselves. They pay themselves interest, and they recycle everything they spend. How come we don't pay ourselves first? We pay our bills first, the banks first, everyone first, and we get whatever's left, if there's anything left. What if we can show you a way to move money from your left pocket to your right pocket without changing your lifestyle? And that's what we did for Jane. We found where she was overpaying the bank and not herself first. For instance, her Discover card was asking for let's say a $500 minimum, but she's putting away $2,000. You guys ever thought about that? They're only asking for $500 minimum a month, but you're putting away $2,000, $5,000 or more. Why? Because I want good credit. I want to be debt-free. Y'all, debt-free is still zero. Debt-free is what rich people think. Yes? But what if we pay the $500, we're still going to be good. We're going to keep our credit score good. We're going to put the $1,500 into this family bank or be your own bank or infinite banking. There's so many marketing concepts around it, but I'm just going to show you the system. Are you guys following? She puts $1,500 into her bank first. Wait a little bit. Within 30 days, she can borrow against, notice what I said. This language matters, by the way. Not borrow from, borrow against. Collateralize her asset. Are these language you guys are familiar with? Like a reverse mortgage? You can do the same in life insurance with less drama. I have $1 million asset. I borrow against that $1 million. You guys following? Put that $1,500 back and recycle the money. So what we're going to do is we found $1,000 a month, $100,000 sitting in her HELOC and savings. We put $50,000 year one lump sum. Think of it like an alternative savings. Okay, remember, mostly cash. $50,000 year two, and this is what we're able to do. Instead of getting out of debt in 30 years, she got out of debt, and mathematically, 9 years, 4 months. And she was able to save $157,000 in change in interest. Is that life-changing? Is that wealth? Yes. Okay, you can clap, please. Okay, it was like some clapping, some not. That's amazing, isn't it? See that $250,000, that current plan of scheduled interest? That's money going to the bank. To me, that could have been my retirement. That could have been money to take care of my parents. That could have been money to educate my kids with, yes? Why is it going to the banks unnecessarily? Let's take it one step further. In the software, I want to show you where the debt is. You see the policy loans and the cash value. We can take sliders and move it back and forth to show you the math and the amortization table to show you when you're going to get out of debt and when do we need to recycle the money, okay? So what if that money, you were going to pay off your debt anyways? You're going to pay the bank anyways, but I'm going to show you how to pay yourself first. Just keep recycling money through your family. Is that okay? Can you treat your money just as well as you treat the bank's money? I'm going to say that one more time. May I ask for you and your family, can you treat your money like how you treat your bank's money? Why do we treat bank's money better than our money? This is where I want to empower you to be your own bank, and that's what you can do in life insurance and an OPM strategy. So if you were to just do that, you could actually turn your debt into wealth. In 30 years, if you were just to recycle the money, you're going to have over $1.5 million in asset for the money you're already going to spend anyway. Okay. All right. Now meet a Silicon Valley investor. Now let's turn that bad debt into good debt. What's the difference between good debt and bad debt? Bad debt don't make you money. Good debt makes you money. Yes? This Silicon Valley investor has 7 doors. We were able to do the same. So 7 doors, 7 homes, current plan 27 years, 5 months, debt action plan 13 years, 4 months. Now they just keep recycling money. They're going to come back and keep wanting to buy more properties. And who's going to help them sell those properties and buy those properties? Is it going to be you? Hopefully. Awesome. Now, what are agents really trained to do? Agents are trained to list, close, and then move on. Isn't that what y'all used to? Or that's just the lifestyle because we have to eat, right? We just have to go, 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 go. The industry trains for a transaction. It's not training for transformation. And here's where I want to empower you, where if you're serious about helping your clients build wealth, not just buy property, I need you to think beyond the transaction. I need you to obsess over their problems and those life cycles and what they need. You're selling them the biggest debt in their life. It's going to worry them. It's going to increase stress. It's going to make them sicker and sicker and sicker, okay? And let's be beyond real estate. And I want to challenge you to think legacy over that transaction, right? How do you be there for them 10 years from now? Anyone can close the deal, but very few can stay in the story. Life is gonna happen. Life is gonna change. Life is gonna go sideways, upwards, downwards. They're gonna have more homes or they're gonna lose their home. Are they gonna be thinking about you when that happens? Because legacy isn't built on the closing. It's about being built to last, and that starts with protection. So here's where I wanna bring it home. I challenge and encourage you to think like a life agent. Help your clients build and protect wealth and be beyond real estate. Be there for life. Be them for them. Be there for them, not just for now, but for life. And then be beyond. And that's my spiel because I'm out of time. But please scan these. You're gonna get a copy of the slides. You're also gonna get a copy of the debt action report of Jane Bond. You can read about it, okay? We can stay connected. We get free consultation. All that software we plug in, we sit down with clients. We honestly sit down with them. We go through all the numbers free of charge. It's complimentary. We love meeting clients where they're at, helping them be literate with their own numbers, okay? And then we can stay in touch. Scan, copy the slides, thank you. Think like a life agent.
Epique Realty, where putting agents first isn't a tagline. It's the business model. Here we redefine the game with free health care, prescriptions, urgent care, and mental health benefits for every agent and their family. 70+ benefits that work as hard as you do, because thriving in life and business shouldn't be separate goals. Now it's time to hear directly from the heroes on the front lines, our agents. Real stories of how Epique's benefits transform their lives and help take their business to the next level. Stay tuned, because this is the future of real estate.
Hi, everybody. Finally, you get to see me. How's everybody doing?
Am I sitting here or was I?
Right over here. So, hello. So okay, hold on. Hey, okay. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm LaShawn Spicer. I am the Regional Area Leader Director for the East Coast. And for those of you who don't exactly know what we do, a lot of times we are here to support the area leaders who are all supporting you. Many times we get calls that are like, LaShawn, we need help, SOS, send smoke signals, whatever. But a lot of times we get to hear some really amazing stories about Epique Realty, how this whole brokerage has changed people's lives. First of all, we have with us here today, we have Laura Dahl from Nashville, Nashville and Asheville. She has a team there. We have Talha Shahid from Rochester, New York. We have Hunter Jones from Mobile, Alabama. And Sam, who needs no introduction, Sam Rodriguez. So we just wanted to talk to you guys. I wanted to share just from their own mouth about what Epique has done for them as far as benefits. So we'll start with you, Laura, first. And reflecting on your journey here at Epique, which benefit do you feel has made a huge difference in your life? And just tell us why.
Okay, so if you guys will bear with me, it's gonna be a little heavy, but it's really a great story. As you mentioned, I run a team in Nashville and in Asheville. So about 2 years ago, I left behind a very successful business here in Nashville after living here for 15 years and moved my family to Western North Carolina to Asheville. And I joined Epique in April of 2024. And I was in a crisis when I joined Epique. I had left behind my children here, my grown children, not young kids. My grown children, I left behind my business, I left behind all of my friends, everyone who had become family to me for the last 15 years. And I had, for the 4th time in my 25-year career, picked up my business and started over from scratch. And as anyone who has moved from state to state as a realtor knows, that is brutal and it's exhausting. And I was in a new city with no family, with no friends, in a new market, having to start all over again. Meanwhile, you combine the financial stress of not having had sold my house in Tennessee yet, and I was the realtor. So I felt like a failure. I was carrying a lot of stress. Months and months had gone by, and it was now 7 months later that we had not sold our house in Tennessee. It was causing a huge financial burden, and I was in a new city and all alone. And I joined Epique, and I felt at home again. I felt like I had a community supporting me regardless of where I hung my hat. And, but I was in crisis. And there was one night where the dark thoughts had really come in, and I didn't want to be on this planet anymore. Sorry. And I called the 800 number that we have access to for our mental health benefits, and I was connected with a therapist, and we get 12 free sessions, in case you didn't know that, for you or your spouse. And they helped me get through a really hard time of transition, and I am super proud. I carried this up here with me today, not to brag, but we also had a Category 5 hurricane hit Asheville, as you guys know, and I achieved a Power Award with also wanting to end my life. This is where this company has given me. So, thank you.
Amazing. I love you. I love you. So much. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm grateful to still be here. And I just want you to know that thank you so much to our founders for including the mental health benefit that we all could benefit from no matter where you are. This job is very stressful, and it does take a toll, and you have help and you have resources out there to go to. But this family, this company saved me and saved my life. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Sorry to lead on that.
No, thank you for sharing. And it's so important for all of us to hear. We have so many benefits, and we're going to keep getting benefits. And sometimes you really don't realize how important these benefits are in people's lives. Sometimes they're at the end and they don't know where to turn, and we have those resources for every single person here. You may not, I don't use the car washes. I know my husband's gonna kill me because I need to get the car washes done. But there's so many other benefits that I do use that I would not be able to even work without, you know. So I really appreciate you sharing your story.
Sure.
Amazing. Thank you. Guys, give her a hand one more time.
Thank you.
Hunter from Mobile, Alabama. When I reached out to Hunter, he's like, LaShawn, I have something to say. I'm like, okay, Hunter, I know you do. Yeah. But just tell us which benefit that you really love that you use every single day as an agent. Talk to us about that.
Okay, so I love them all. The area leader in the mentoring program was definitely the most crucial one. To be able to have somebody to reach out to, they become family. I actually brought some notes with me, so I'm just going to read my notes. One of my absolute favorite benefits of being part of Epique is the area leader mentoring, because it's not just about business, it's about people, and these people become our family. This is where lives are changed. As an area leader, I get to deeply connect with agents, not just to help them sell more homes, but to help them rediscover their purpose, reignite their passion, and rise into the version of themselves they never thought possible. I get to walk beside agents who felt overlooked or burnt out and remind them of who they are, what they're capable of, and what's waiting for them on the other side of commitment and community and coaching. This isn't surface level mentorship. I get deep quick, and this is like soul level transformation. The more I feel like I'm pouring into them, the more I'm reaping benefits and being transformed myself. It's about helping agents exceed their wildest dreams, not just in real estate, but in life. Because when you grow the person, the production always follows. At Epique, no agent is ever left behind. As an area leader, I get to make sure of that. That's the heartbeat of this company, and that's why I'm all in. Now is our time. We get to be love, be light, be life, and we get to be epic.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So Taha, just talk to us a little bit about what you've got going on in Rochester, what benefits you love and like to work with. Talk to us.
All right, so I'm going to start off by saying I'm grateful to God for everything that I have been given in life. I'm grateful for my wife for her support. She has a lot of patience with me, a lot of patience. In this industry, you need a lot of patience. Every single person needs a lot of patience. I'm grateful for those who brought me into Epique, Debbie and Jackie Butler. I've been with Epique for less than a year. I was with 100% commission brokerage before I came here. I've been in real estate for some time. Was doing pretty well for myself. So I had to really think to myself, by giving up that 15%, I have to really think, like, is it really going to be worth it for me? Because I was doing fine. And for me, I always had individuals, throughout the country reach out to me, because I'm pretty active on social media. They always reached out and said, hey, we want to partner up with you. We need your help. Can you help us? Because there's a lot of agents, as you have heard throughout the conference, who are struggling, who are not doing very well. So with Epique, I saw the opportunity to be able to help those people out, because the brokers that I was with before, it was only licensed in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. So now with Epique, I have the opportunity to not just build, so I have a team in Rochester, I'm building another team in another city. So I can have a team not just locally, but nationally, and also I can have a team eventually globally. So that was one of the main benefits that I saw. I can help out so many more people this way. And also the transaction coordinator that you get. It was such a big, you just get that off your shoulders, that responsibility, because then as you're doing production, someone else is handling that. It makes your life much, much easier. We've heard a lot of great advice in this seminar. I want to leave you with something as well. Sometimes it's good to go back to the basics. With all of the tools that we have at our disposal here at Epique, if you as an agent, if you are not able to pick up your phone and answer the phone call, you are not going to make it. You're not going to survive. So you got to remember that you got to pick up the phone. You got to respond back to people. Even if you're here at the conference, if you get a call, you got to be able to text them back and just tell them, hey, look, I'm at a conference. I'll call you back in like an hour. You got to communicate. And I can guarantee you that the individuals, the agents who fall back on these two things, good communication skills, and just picking up the phone, you'll do better than 95% of the agents. I can guarantee you that.
True story.
But sometimes it's just good to go back to the basics.
Very true.
Thank you.
And I want to just say one more thing. In this industry, the more selfless you are in this industry, and the more you want to give back to others, you're going to find that instead of you chasing money, you're going to have money chasing you.
That's right.
You're not even going to know where it's coming from, but it's going to come to you. So the more selfless you are, don't chase after the commission. Be selfless and try to help as many people as possible, and you're going to have money just coming after you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Now, Sam, we all know that you have been such an integral part in building Epique Realty with not only just rev share and agent attraction, but also the benefits as well. And I kind of wanted to just reach out to you and have you share your story on which benefit is your absolute favorite.
Yeah, it is tough to choose, right?
Isn't it hard?
But for me personally, you guys know agent attraction, growth and expansion are my personal passion and forte. So revenue share is by far for me. That's also my only income too. So revenue share, agent attraction. Thanks to Epique, that's by far my personal favorite.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
So, yes. So I think some of you may or may not know. A few months ago, actually, at shareholders, I stood on stage and gave part of the presentation was about the power of passive income and revenue share, and the gift that we're given here as an opportunity for each and every single one of us at Epique. And I talked about the what ifs, right? As the what ifs. What if something happens in your life and your family? What if you get sick? What if you can't work? what if you want to retire and a lot of us can't? The question was asked earlier, yesterday about, agents don't have retirement parties. Denise talking about, the preparation, whether it's, income, the living benefits, but what about the death benefits too? And, after sharing that, life happened to me, as I asked the question about for you guys is what happens if life happens to you? Are you prepared? And, life happened to me, and on and around April 20th or so, I suffered a stroke. Woke up with a numb left hand, and, I'm not one I don't like doctors, so I didn't do anything right away about it, but by that evening, I was having trouble even just lifting my left leg and walking normally. And, I thought, oh, I'll just wait another day. Thankfully, I was forced to go to the ER. I went and drove myself to ER. They admitted me right away, and, I spent a week in the hospital and another week in rehab after that, and, with them telling me that I suffered, many small strokes on the right side of my brain. I wasn't prepared. Well, I wasn't prepared to hear that news, I should say, but I was prepared financially, thankfully to Epique, and, because one of they always ask, well, what do you do for a living? And I tell them real estate, but I always have to follow it up with, I don't sell any houses. And, they're like, well, what does that mean? You're in real estate, but you don't sell any houses. You're either a really bad real estate agent, or what does that mean? Are you an employee? What does that mean? And I'm sure I bugged my nurses and doctors because every day I was like, what am I getting out of here, right? I'm always looking for, what's the goal to get out of here? In rehab, I said, how many steps do I need to take to get home? You tell me what the goal is, because that's what we're going to work on together. So then the other follow-up, because I kept bugging them so much, they're like, oh, you must be in a hurry to get back home because you want to or need to get back to work. They said so many people, can't afford to sit in a hospital bed for a week or longer. And I said, no, they're kind of looking at me. I'm like, no, I'm good. I said, I'm making money whether I lay here in this bed or not. Not that I want to be here. I'm ready to go home. But again, they gave me that weird look. The therapists, the doctors, nurses all kept, answered the same thing with them. So again, thanks to Epique, thanks to RevShare, I didn't have that extra stress. Imagine having the stress of being sick, trying to recover, trying to get back to your family, trying to take care of your family, especially if you guys are the main breadwinners. Again, are you prepared? I ask you that. RevShare had me prepared. I know we talk about all the other stuff that RevShare does, all the cool stuff, right? Yachts and cars and houses and they're putting kids through college. All that's amazing. But again, what RevShare can do to have you prepared for those what ifs in life. And again, thank God it's helped me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love you, Sam. Just love you. So we just wanted to say thank you to Sam, to Hunter, Talha, Laura, and also the founders for creating such an amazing brokerage, for creating such meaningful benefits. Anybody can roll out benefits, but benefits that really change people's lives, benefits that make a difference in people's financial world, benefits that make you a better agent. We're so grateful to each and every one of you guys for creating what we have here. So thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You killed it, girl.
Love what you shared. Oh, yeah. LaShani did a great job.
I'm coming. I had to hug people. Hold on, I'm coming. Hey guys. I want to thank y'all for getting me all teary-eyed right before I got on stage. Appreciate that. This has been a crazy, amazing show, has it not? Have you guys enjoyed Powercon? We've heard some awesome stories today from, when we heard about Nemo and CARES. That was a really emotional time for all of us. And we've had other tragedies, unfortunately, that have happened as well, and we've had a chance to help with those. Janice, Chris, and I have been helping for years now, just kind of on the back end. And it was always reactive. And after Asheville and Western North Carolina and Helene, we were like, we can't do this just us. Like, not the financial part, but we need people who are there. Like, that was so evident in North Carolina. Like, when I flew there, I was like, there's no way we could have prepared for this by being reactive. We have to be proactive. And so that's where Nemo and CARES came into it. And CARES came into it because of other things that were happening with agents who had medical conditions and didn't, like Sam, have a backup plan. And so just ways that we could help in a more structured way. And I was like, you know what? Janice, Chris, and I can only do so much, but if we all work together, we can do so much together. And so, yeah, great. And these benefits that we did, a lot of companies will add a benefit just so they can put a bullet point on their website. Just so that they can say, we have this. And then you get into the fine print of it and find out that it's not free. And B, they're getting a kickback for even talking about it. And all of these things, it's just not real. It's just not valuable. It just doesn't actually do anything. And that's not what we're about. Like, this actually has to mean something. So I want you guys to know that every benefit we talk about has been carefully thought out so that we can really affect some change for our agents and just make lives better. That's what we want, and I'm glad we're able to do that. And this show has kind of highlighted the trajectory we're on to continue that mission. So, all right. So I want to recap some stuff. Of course, we talked about core. We had David Elwood up here. Who's excited about commercial? There's an awesome article in your Epique magazine talking about how you really are leaving money on the table if you're not even thinking about commercial. I would like you guys, I can see most of you. I would like you to raise your hand if you are licensed to do commercial. So every single hand should have went in the air. Do you know why? Because you don't need a special license for it. Every single agent is licensed to do commercial. You can do it. You can absolutely do it. You can start today. Start talking to Dave. Start figuring out, how do I get into it? You got into real estate, no problem. If you can conquer starting real estate, you can conquer doing some commercial too. All right? So we talked about core. Core is going to be huge. We want to be the number one agent, or number one brokerage for commercial real estate. And they're going to have their own benefits and their own structure. It's a whole thing. We talked about cap deferment. This is going to help you guys so much. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to an agent who's like, I'd love to come, but I have to wait. Cap deferment's going to be huge and help you with your efforts. We talked about Connect. We had Laquita up here. Laquita Martin, Texas broker. This is going to do so many things. It helps your clients save hours of their time. It helps you. It builds RevShare Plus. It helps them save money. And by the way, we didn't talk about this with Laquita, and I thought about it after we got off stage. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's not a one-time payout from that utility. Do you guys know that every time they pay their bill, money comes in? Did you know that? Every month they pay their light bill, that money will come in and go to RevShare Plus. Every month. It's not a one-time like referral fee from like the water company or the light company or the internet provider. It is every single month. So your clients will save money every month, and then money will come in, and that money will go into RevShare Plus. That goes to you guys. If you don't know what RevShare Plus is, go watch our shareholders convention. It was awesome. All right. Oh, it's raining. All right. Glad I'm in here. Okay. What? Free umbrellas? If you can produce 1,000 umbrellas, I'll buy them. All right. We talked about Epique Global. Chris announced that we're open in all 50 states, so what's left? The world. The whole world. I've said this before, and I feel almost stupid saying this sometimes. Have you ever had an idea, and then you're like, you know, I have an idea, and somebody asks you, like, I don't want to say it, it sounds stupid. That's me all the time. I've always had these kind of crazy big ideas, and when I've told people about them, they've always looked at me like I was crazy. And they're like, that's cool. They don't know what to do with the information that I tell them. I could see some of them being very doubtful of the things I'm saying, or just not knowing how to handle it, and it makes them uncomfortable. And I think that's a good thing. I think that if you have dreams so big you make other people feel uncomfortable, then you're doing something right? So, and I can remember as a kid having these big dreams. I can remember my mom asking me, like, you know, what are your dreams? And I remember telling her, and she's like, wow, I never thought to dream that big. Like, it was a lot. So somebody asked me earlier, what's your dream? What do you think will happen with Epique, or what's your goal? And I said, I don't know if it's a goal, but I feel like it's what's going to happen. It's what we're going to work towards. We want to be the largest brokerage in history in the world. We take over every country. We were just in Canada at their Realtor Quest, the largest event for realtors in Canada is in Toronto. And I said, look, right now we're the fastest growing real estate brokerage in the US, and we're about to be the fastest growing brokerage here. So do you want to know something about us? They're like, yeah. So, yeah. But global, if you want to get involved in global, you want to recruit agents from other countries, you want to get involved, expand your business. You know, some of you guys may not know, we had one of our teams people talking about they wanted to grow, they like the idea they could grow nationally and internationally. There are no borders. Imagine having a team that spans multiple continents. That's the beauty of our global division, and the way Epique is structured is to allow you to be an international agent or an international team leader. It's really groundbreaking. All right. Thank you, both of you. We talked about Epique Labs. Epique Labs. This is going to be our division that is going to build great, new, exciting things that we're not thinking of. This is where we will go to play with technology, and we will learn new things, and we'll discover new things. We'll come out with new things that will take our company to the next level and just leapfrog over an entire industry. And so I'm very excited about Epique Labs and that coming out. We also announced on day one, we announced Creator. Creator, turn all your photos into videos, and it'll happen automatically. It really is just the power of Epique AI and being able to build those. We talked about Corded.io. Did you guys know it did all that? Did y'all know it did all that? That you could recruit and retain. Knew that part. I think a lot of you guys knew that you could use it for recruiting. It'll tell you who's likely to move and which brokerages are likely to have turnover and all that fun stuff. But did you know it helps you celebrate wins for other agents here and agents at other places? And it popped up on the screen that showed their house, and it said their highest sale of the year. Or then it popped up another house at their first sale at Epique. And all of those things, you can see those things and use those as conversations to have with people and to celebrate them. And that will get you a lot farther than a recruiting call, I promise you. So really excited. Thank you, Sean. And he showed that it was $49. To put that in perspective, if you go to Corded's website and try to sign up, it's $750 per MLS. We are currently, you are in about 20 MLSs when you sign up with Corded for $49. So that's $15,000 a month that would have cost you. Our goal is to have hundreds of MLSs and to cover every MLS that we are in. And we're spinning that up over the next year. So for you to have that, I mean, you're talking about saving 7 figures kind of access. And when he said that it really is only the top executives to have that kind of data, he means it. I mean, these are people who've been running real estate for 30, 40 years that have that kind of access and no one else. You guys are going to get for $49. Like, that's just crazy. So, Corded, check it out. All right. Then we talked about Shawami Platinum. And this is going to really help you guys in getting coverage to show homes so that you can focus on the things that you need to focus on, and open houses and inspectors and appraisers and all of that stuff to make your life a lot easier. We also talked about Epique White Label. White Label is a huge, huge change in our company structure. It allows teams and brokerages to join us without even using our name. I know that sounds crazy that a company would want that, but we don't care about our ego and having our name on everything. What we care about is helping the industry. And this is a great way to do that and to keep their name out there in their communities where they've built their reputation. So, White Label. All right. Epique IPO. We talked about that. It's going to be Epique X. All of you guys are shareholders in the company. You get free shares just for joining. And we want this to be an agent-owned company. And so we're super excited about that. We also talked about power lending. I want to let you guys know, when Daniel got up here and he's talked about power lending, I don't think you guys understand what power lending is. This is not a preferred vendor like it's been with Canopy and when it was Clear Mortgage. This is not a preferred vendor. This is a joint venture partnership with the company. This is an Epique company that we are launching with Daniel. So we're so excited. This is going to be your lender that you can use. And the money that comes in from the power lending, we actually use to pay for these events and your local events that your area leaders are doing. And he even committed thousands of dollars every month for you to have local events with your area leaders and your state brokers and more national events like this that you don't have to pay to go to from that. And then, these are all the other benefits we offered in this show. Look at this. Lofty Teams, Epique and Espanol, Power Coach, Elevate, free childcare, free elder care, free pet sitting, Epique Luxury, Captive Ferment, Redo, free roadside assistance, Epique Essential. This has been one of the most action-packed shows with a lot of ups and downs, and we've made so many amazing bonds, and I want to thank you guys for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Oh, crap. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot something. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to end it. I had other things to talk about. I'm so sorry. If you guys could just sit back down. It'll just take me a second. I'm sorry. Okay. One thing that we did at this event, which I loved, was we gave out the Power Awards to everyone. That was awesome. Now, we did miss people. If we didn't have your registration or there was some issues, we missed a few people. And for those people, I apologize. I think like Lisa Dillon, maybe Lee Garland, a couple people. But we love you guys. It wasn't intentional. But we've been talking a lot about our Power Award agents and how important they are to this. I mean, they are the leaders in our company. A lot of our Power Award recipients, they are people who are leading our company. They might be area leaders, team leaders. They really are changing a lot inside of our company. So if you don't know what a Power Award agent is, you'll be one soon. No, Power Award is you get a few things. For one, you get stock, right? So you get up to $15,000 in stock. You also get reduced monthly fees. You get a lot of extras without these requirements. Have you guys seen these requirements at other companies? If you want to be like a high-level agent with their company and get an award, you gotta work. You're required to go to all these events. You're required to be on stage to do this many hours of mentoring and coaching and speaking. We don't have any of those requirements. If you've earned it, you've earned it. That's it. No games, no hoops. We didn't want to do that. So our Power Award agents, they are just amazing, and it's so much more than stock. So right now our Power Award agents, they're getting $15,000, which we think is amazing. It's awesome to be able to celebrate you guys, for you guys to be owners in the company. But we thought we could do more. Could we do more? Could we do 30,000? We sure could. We are going to double the stock award for our power agents. I love the fan. That's awesome. That's hilarious. It says Epique on it. That's cool. This will make us the highest in the industry. There's not another brokerage who gives this much stock for being a high-level producing agent. So I want to thank all of our Power Award agents. Where y'all at? So it's going to be 2 times the stock award for the Power Award. But that's not the only stock we give, right? Don't we give other things like for agent attraction and capping, anniversary date, recruiting an agent, those kind of, we give those too, right? What if we gave them on all stock awards? If you are a Power Award agent, or you're looking to attract a Power Award agent, or become a Power Award agent, you're now going to get twice the stock for every award we give you. Every single one. And so I just want to thank all of our Power Award agents. They're just so amazing, and they show up to all of our events and stuff. I just want to thank you guys for being here. Another thing we talked about on stage, and Trey was awesome, and there's a whole article about Epique Estates. I hope you guys like the new name, Epique Estates Luxury Collection. It's awesome. Trey did an amazing presentation. Our goal is to be the first luxury tech brokerage. There's luxury brokerages out there, but like I said before, they're kind of more stodgier, older kind of, traditional brands. For that, we want to be the first luxury tech brokerage in the industry. But we also want to attract, the best agents, in the world. So we're going to give them 2 times the stock awards also on all the stock that they get for agent attraction, capping, anniversary. So yeah. So I know we have over 300 people who have already pre-registered to join our luxury division. And I want you to know that you don't have to be a luxury agent. You have to be a producing agent, but not a luxury agent in order to join. That if you join, this is one of the benefits that you'll get as a luxury agent is twice the stock awards. So yeah, those are my one last things. Thank you guys so much. It's been awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Janice and Chris, come on up here. We some fun stuff for you guys. Did everybody get their emotional support llama? If you don't know what this joke is, go look at our Facebook page on April 1st of this year. It was very funny, and this is an inside joke. You'll be in on the inside. So we're going to give these out, and we're going to throw them, and you're going to catch them. So I'm going to give you a sec. Hold on. There is one prerequisite. If you get a llama, you have to post about it on social media, and the post has to be funny. Or we'll find you and take your llama back. Okay? All right. You ready? There you go. I'm going to throw it. Don't ask for it. I'm going to throw it, and you're going to... All right, I'm going to try to chuck it.